Hey, it's Shaves, and welcome to another stream. Well, welcome back. I messed it up again. Oh, it's another edition of dub versus sub, line versus line, line by line. It's not a good title. It's not a good title. We have to figure something else out. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah, I have to make it quieter for myself. There we go. Oh, but the levels and stuff. Hello, Weird Proc. Good to see you. You know, I had the really terrifying thought the other day, a couple days ago, that I'm like, this is gonna be so quick. And I'm like, man, what if I just kind of rolled the dice perfectly and like, it just so happens that the dub's really good and the subtitles available are not the best or whatever, or it just so happened to work out in the dub's favor. What if I just did another movie just to like, give the counter example? What if I just did every Ghibli movie? Every Miyazaki movie. I don't know if I do every Ghibli movie per se, because I don't know if I care that much. But, I kind of thinking about doing it for Lapida, because Lapida, I think, would be a much tighter race. Because more people are way more divisive about that dub. They're like, I don't know about that dub because of Tatsu, the main character of that one, voiced by James Vanderbeek. It's not a great fit in comparison. But I like that dub a good deal, so I wonder how that would go. It's good to see AP Latanzi. Hello, Greg. Compared to the Totoro dubs. Yeah, the two different English dubs, that would be interesting. Yeah. Although I guess this proves the point well enough. I was also thinking about, like, specifically doing, for the next stream series after Nausicaa, really jumping into the... I was going to do a manga to anime comparison with Ashino Joe, but with the One Piece Wit Piece being announced, it's Netflix, so yeah, it's Wit Studios' One Piece remake of East Blue at least. It just made me think, man, I should probably get on top of that, of like comparing the manga to the Toei adaptation, because I think that would be really good. I was meaning to do that with One Piece as a whole, but only when the anime was done. But considering there's so many adaptations of it now, there's going to be a whole remake now. I think it would be pertinent to do that series and have that done by the time Wit Piece comes out, and we have that knowledge and we have those expectations, and then we can go into it with that in mind. I think that would be really interesting. Mark Hamill does a great job in it. Oh, I agree. That's part of the reason why I love it. Definitely Mark Hamill. I found the old Totoro dub pretty good. I love the Uncut Kiki dub. Oh yeah, I didn't realize there was a cut version. That's interesting. Well, there you have it. I'll just be very low on this mix. At least low for my headphones, because for some reason my headphones can't adjust volume. Whatever. Yeah. Hello, Glowworm. I'm gonna go chill a little bit while people are filing in, potentially. Oh, you know what? Actually, we can do this while we are holding off on people. One seckie. Bada bing. Well, I should have my main seat. Oh, look, this works. Okay. So this second document here, I just recorded. Wrote this down. I captured this from my previous document. As you know, I've done this project before. I would have got halfway through the movie before I stopped being like, I could probably stream this. And so I just copy pasted the instances where my initial assessment actually disagreed with the results that I had in the stream project itself. So there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lines that I actually disagreed. And most of those cases is in favor of the sub. I wrote down, and I have my reasons that I had written down. I haven't read these yet, so we're going to read those here. What One Piece is going to be a lot more Soulless. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, see there's a new clip of Monsters, the one shot that Oda made. They're animating it. There's a new clip of that out, and it's a little underwhelming. It certainly is. So that happens. Kiki dub is great for Phil Hartman. Oh yeah, Kiki has a streamlined picture dub and uncut Disney dub. Cut Disney dub. Damn. So what's your take with the people wanting a Naruto remake? The same reason people wanted a One Piece remake. I just, they don't appreciate what they got. There's so many anime that are not as lucky as Naruto or One Piece to get not just a complete adaptation, but an adaptation as long as they have. The fact that they were able to fully adapt 70 volumes of content, not to mention all the other anime original stuff that they did along the way with Naruto in particular. You know, it's, I don't know. I think it's not being grateful, being a little ungrateful, in my opinion. But I get the enthusiasm for it, where it's just more One Piece, it's just more Naruto. That is great. That is cool. Awesome. I think you should probably find that enthusiasm and joy in other projects, in other anime that you have not seen yet, that I think could be a new favorite, right? Instead of just kind of, oh, it's just Naruto. Nothing gets my fix like Naruto or One Piece. You know what I mean? That's what's kind of discouraging about it for me. Yeah, looking at Skip Beat. Oh yeah. You could countless adaptations like that. Anyway, I disagreed with the line an Ohm shell at Sugoi. Never seen a perfect Ohm shell. Amazing. The sub. Well, I was going to give it the dub at first for stressing perfect because, and that's my reason for, as I recall, the reason I chose it in the first line. It winds up redundant. Yeah, and whose fault is that? Like, yeah, but do you blame the first time she says that in the movie or the second time where she repeats it? So I actually gave it to the sub last time where it's just like, Nam Taripanom, and then she's like a perfect, what an amazing, or like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why you would fault that for the first line though. Allison sounds a little too identical in all three lines here. A perfect Ohm shell. Amazing. I've never seen a whole shell before. Sugoi. It's true. It's true. Sumi does. I think from what I remember, Sumi does sound different in all three lines. You can't beat Sumi's breathless wonder. Oh my god. Yeah, a lot of just rolls off the tongue. A lot of Japanese is gonna do that though, because that's how melodic and awesome the language is, you know. And that Sugoi is a contender for one of the best I've ever heard that word. Fuck. I guess it's cool. I guess it's really cool. I guess I'm not. I guess I've heard more instances of Sugoi since 2018. Since 2019, or like late 2018. People pretend like most of One Piece and Naruto look bad, which is just false. And a remake doesn't mean the animation and fights are all of a sudden going to be better. Yeah, what they want is the pacing. Pacing. But the story is long. I'm sorry. Naruto 20th anniversary trailer had scenes that I thought looked a bit better in the main show. Yeah, me too, but that's fine. I disagreed with, I actually gave it to the sub in Ioto. I chipped my ceramic card. Ioto, while I think it's nice to sync perfect Ohm shell with perfect sound, which is, again, the rationale I gave it in the stream, there's a personal pleasure in how Sumi says Ioto. I like it. I think it's cute too. Plus it's just rhythmically sticky when she plows the sword on beat. Ioto. Whoopsh. Kind of. While both Allison and Sumi do a great job selling how hard they hit the shell, Sumi really sounds like she hurt herself when doing so. I disagree. Allison sounded way more in pain. And the laugh was like, I'm okay, guys, is excellent. Allison sort of does that, but not nearly as distinct. No, I disagree. Sumi is a lot more, like, reserved and quiet when she does it. She's always constantly, like, you know. Allison sounds more impressed than Sumi by the sword cracking. Sumi just says it too, matter of fact. I also like calling it zero. Yeah, which is what I said in the stream as well. The last line can go either way, so 3/4 to sub. Okay, by that math, but yeah, I disagree with that. So the sub, I gave it to the sub in the stream, but I actually gave this to dub in the other one. I think Sumi comes off as too Disney princess when she says "Nande kara daro." She giggles a bit much, which sounds too carefree for Nausicaa. I agree with that, but I thought it fit with that particular moment. Allison remains more reserved, and she still stays faithful to the visuals, almost playing with the eye. Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's being faithful to the visuals and the contrast needed for that moment. I'll give it to Sumi this time for Don't Run That Way. Yeah, actually, this convinces me. I think this actually convinces me. I'm gonna give that to sub. Yes. I'm gonna give to sub. Well, I'm streaming now, so I'm just gonna go sub here. Yeah. I gave it to sub at this line. I hardly recognized you. I didn't recognize you. I can't make an argument for the dub. I don't know what my argument was, but I remember being able to make an argument. Especially because of the translations, I think. Yeah. Yeah. That's what it... Okay, so I gave it to the sub here because the dub sounds more conversational, but I think that I'm going to cut that off. Kind of cut that off as a reason for the dub to win at this point. Maybe it is considered conversational in Japanese and it's just a cultural thing. Yeah, so I was kind of doubting my ability to register whether something sounded conversational in Japanese because I didn't have enough experience. But I don't know. Going back to that line, I still think it's way too... Even just the language, not just the performance, but the language is so formalistic to what they would be taught, to how they would be speaking to each other. So like, again, it's like, otherwise I have no argument in favor of the dub. Yeah. I guess the big reason I'm doing is because so that's why, you know, instead of this particular thing. I don't know. Because we're thinking about this as like, this argument and this whole thing is for the purpose of English speakers. You know, so you're trying to be like, what is working for an English speaker? This translation and their performance, or the dub's translation and their performance, you know? So I don't know, I'm not too convinced of that. I gave it to the sub for Come Here because Oide is cute and not much other reason. I prefer that she says it's okay, specifically. Yeah, Oide is kind of, I don't know. Because how else would you translate that without like, I mean, yeah. I don't know, it's too blunt. It's cute, but blunt, I think. All right, and I gave this to the sub for this line. You must be tired. You Ipai hashite. Sumi's laughing here is on point, and Ipai hashite is also quite good. I just think it was just, apparently I just thought it was really, really cute. It is a cute line. It was a tough call, and I don't remember the really specific things. I guess because you must be tired running from that ohm, like specifying that like they, identifying that as running from the ohm. I think that was my reason. But yeah. Okay. Well, this was worth doing because it did change. It's a little loud still. Yeah, sorry. It depends on the mix and stuff, and sometimes there's the quieter and lower. But that was about it anyway. I just about finished that mix anyway. Okay. That's enough. I only wanted to do that for so long up to like that point. Are you winning? Yes. Yes, at the moment. People pretend like most, yeah. I actually love the pacing of the big three, aside from moments in One Piece post time skip. Thousand Year Blood War already shows that it's hard to care for what's happening when the story is moving at breakneck pace. I know that's the case with Shaman King as well, the new adaptation of that. Might dip because I'm really close to One Piece episode 1000 and I'm single-mindedly focused on that. Oh, yeah. Go ahead and enjoy that. Have fun. Okay. I saw One Piece wallpaper show, full pic. Yeah. Okay. I have to make sure. Hold on. 1 sec. I just have to check that my desktop doesn't have anything stupid incriminating on it. And by that I mean work-related things that could spoil any upcoming discotheque crap. I'm pretty sure no, because no. No, I don't see anything. Okay. Yeah, 1 sec. Whoops. Yeah, so. Ta-da! All right, we're back. Okay. All right, here we go. Where are we? Line 47.
Oh, Yupa-sama! Oh, Minamo Sokusai-ka. Oh, Lord Yupa!
Oh, Mozo, have you been?
There he is! Welcome
Greetings,
back,
my friends. How's life in the valley?
Okay. So it's a combination. The first one here is it's both Yupa's line and Gull's. I've kind of combined them. So
Oh, Yupa-sama!
Ah, Yupa-sama! He's very cartoonish. It's the first time we hear Gull as well.
Oh, Lord Yupa!
They both sound like dwarves. You know what I mean? Oh, Yupa! Oh, Lord Yupa! You know, they're pretty fitting voices so far. I don't quite know the VAs, but yeah. Once again, great work on the Berserk trailer. Thank you so much, Greg.
Oh, Minamo Sokusai-ka.
Minamo Sokusai-ka.
Yupa!
Oh, Mozo, have you been?
So he says, Gull and Mozo, have you been? And then he says,
Oh, Minamo Sokusai-ka.
So he doesn't even give them, he doesn't even say their names when he first sees them in the sub. He just goes, oh, are you in good health? How is everyone? I like that he addresses them as Gull and Mozo specifically. Hey, Gull and Mozo, because they go Lord Yupa, right? If they say by his name, you should go by their name and everything. How you been? Is very personable, I think.
Yupa!
Oh, Mozo, have you been?
Oh, Mozo, how you been? And I've always thought when you listen to the dub, especially the first time, he just sounds like Mozo, because it's Gull Mozo.
Oh, Mozo, have you been?
Yeah, his name is Gull. Yeah, so I think it's because of Yupa's line specifically.
Oh, Minamo Sokusai-ka.
I think Goranaya is very excited, but reserved.
Oh, Minamo Sokusai-ka.
Oh, Yupa-sama.
Oh, Yupa-sama!
Very cartoonish.
Oh, Lord Yupa!
I don't know. It just sounds a little more natural to me, just by a hair. Hello, Nico. Thank you, Itproc. Yeah, I think because it all sounds a little more natural in the dub in this line, and specifically the translation for Lord Yupa, I'm going to give it to dub. All right.
水も風も滞りなく穏やかです。Good, good. The wind is strong and the water is clear.
I notice immediately that the sound quality on the dub makes him sound a lot further away and makes it sound more diegetic than the Japanese here.
水も風も滞りなく穏やかです。
Kind of. You can still hear it that it's kind of a little more pulled back in the mix, I guess. In the dub, also, you get the feeling he's known these guys for. Yeah, definitely.
水も風も滞りなく穏やかです。
It's a lot of. He just kind of gets. So he just kind of rattles them off, you know. I like that there's a rhythm to the dub here.
Good, good. The wind is strong and the water is clear.
You know what I mean? It punches each one a lot better. This is a good translation. The waters and winds are clear and calm. So it doesn't even have like a specification on laughing. So like if closed caption, you wouldn't know. So this is laughing. The water chuckles and the wind rustles too. Okay. It's unfortunate because like I just keep thinking that the translation really lets it down. The waters and winds are clear and calm. It's just kind of like bulking them together instead of characterizing each one, like giving them their own specifics. The water chuckles. The wind rustles too. I don't think that necessarily like how you been. I like that. I also like that the dub answers that with good, like we've been good. And then the reason for it, the wind is strong and the water is clear. I think wind makes sense to be saying first, because in the sub he says mizumo kazemo, the water and wind, right? It's not like a Japanese thing where like, oh, it's because they reverse them. No, like you could have said kazemo mizumo, and that would have been perfectly fine grammatically, right? Like that makes no difference being in Japanese. But if we're gonna go like, if he mentions the water first versus the wind first, the value of the wind, you'd want to be, they care way more about the wind being strong than the water being clear, oddly enough. Obviously they care about both. Water makes more sense for them to live, but honestly, I actually because not just value of the wind, but like the wind being strong means that they don't get the Chungle's poisons, and if they breathe it, they die. Whereas the water, like if it's not clear, yeah, they might get sick and they'll die eventually, but like I think the wind stopping is a much bigger problem, as is alluded to as a scene later in the movie. So yeah, for those reasons. Dub. Now what's
Peaceful and quiet, and windy most of the time, thank goodness.
I do like that. It's kind of funny. All right, a child speaks here.
Minna genki da ne.
So yeah, it's another dual. I've kind of combined these two lines again.
Hello, girls. You're looking well.
Charming. Let me listen to that again. Sorry, I'll put this over here.
Minna genki da ne.
She just says Lord Yupa, and it's just one kid. Right? It's just one kid. The dub. Yeah, I like that they gave more Foley, and because there's multiple kids that be saying hello to them, and they're just saying hi, right? As kids, and then one of them just happens to know his name. Hi, Lord Yupa.
Hello, girls. You're looking well.
And then
Minna genki da ne.
He's not really addressing them specifically. Yeah, minna genki da ne. Like, oh, everyone's good. Didn't think he kind of what he said just a second ago? Kind of. I don't know. It's just, I'm sure it's just like that's just how they greet him in Japanese, but it's like I don't really want to. I'm a little I don't know if obstinate is the word for it. I'm a little like about really considering so much of Japanese etiquette and like culture and stuff like that because this is not a Japanese valley. It's in the far future of this like unknown race of like a completely different culture. It's not a Japanese culture. So like but it's not an English culture either. So I think it's an amorphous sort of thing. So it's like I don't know. That's my 2 cents on it. It's just like I don't want to take too much stock in culture either direction because that's not necessarily supposed to be. That's not needed to be properly reflected in the film. Oh, they must have that or something like that, you know. It just doesn't sound like he's like addressing them specifically. Like, everyone's well, huh? You know. But I like that he actually addressed, "Hello, girls, you're looking well."
Hello, girls. You're looking well.
And it's still accurate to what he's saying in Japanese. But I think I like that he's addressing them specifically. Oh my God, the Warriors of the Wind.
Hi, are you Lord Yeppa?
Guilty, I'm afraid.
What? Why do I get such creep vibes from Warriors of the Wind's version of Yupa? I don't understand. In the dub also you get to feel it. Yeah. Okay. All right, guard villagers. I gotta turn the visuals off, I think. Or I'm sorry I didn't do this earlier. I really should have. Okay. And just do that too. Or sorry, hold on. I just don't want to like play a clip for too long. So they were saying, Lord Yupa, we've missed. Oh, Yupa-sama. Oh, mo shi tori motsa Yupa-sama. Ha 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 ha. It's Master Lord Yupa. We've missed you. Gosh. Master Yupa. It's Master Yupa. We've been waiting so long for you. Welcome back. All right. So the dub. So one thing I want to check really quick. The Foley doesn't actually start playing a little ways in. You'll notice. They kind of you see the crowd for a little bit, and then the thing happens. I don't want to move this too much because it messes the chapters up. Hold on. Whereas you notice that they play this like they do it immediately. You can hear them immediately as you see them. I think that's better Foley. It's a minor thing, but yeah.
Welcome home, Lord Yupa!
Waited so long for your return.
So I obviously could be I'm not as fluent in it really. Obviously I'm fluent in English and non-Japanese. But I do think that they made you can hear Lord Yupa a little like, but welcome home, Lord, like the specific ones that shoot out are a lot more clear, like audible.
Welcome home, Lord Yupa!
Waited so long for your return.
Versus you kind of heard a second like like this line right here. Yeah, omachi mo shi torimashita yupashitaba. We've been waiting for you, type of thing. That's like the only other clear line.
Welcome home, Lord Yupa!
We waited so long for your return.
Yeah, this is a prep, good enough translation. Like either way, it's not showing up in the translations. Lord Yupa, we've missed you. We've been saying so long for you. Welcome back. There's no Okairi in the. It's just Yupa-sama. That's the only thing in like the actual translation that can actually be made out. Like it would make sense for them to say welcome home, but you don't really hear that. Do you hear like Okairi in this? It's really just that one line that actually gets articulated. Everyone else just goes, Yupa-sama, 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 which like you just heard like 4 or 5 times. And of course the dub does that too, because yeah, they keep saying it. I mean, Nausicaa said it earlier in the film too. But yeah, it just has more variety to it in the dub, because they actually say welcome home, Lord Yupa. Welcome home specifically. Even though if they said Okairi and Asaya, that would have been a perfectly fine translation for it. You could just said welcome home, fine. It was a love for your return. Yeah, I just think for it being more audible, it comes in earlier. Just better Foley, I think. And then Warriors of the Wind. Yeah, so like there's a lot more like overlapping. It's similar to the sub actually, but there's just more people talking, I think. All right, I combined these 2 lines of Mito and Nausicaa. This is the first time we hear Mito in the movie.
Hime-sama, otsuki narimashita zo!
Princess, Lord Yupa has arrived.
I'm almost finished.
This is the first time we hear Hime-sama. That is one of the few things I distinctly remembered about the project when I first went through it. When I got by the time I was halfway through, I was already so sick of how often Mito just says Hime-sama. That's like all he seems to say. And I think it's because he sounds the same every time he says it. It's like Hime-sama, right? Whereas the performer in the dub for Mito, I have to find his name, Edward James Olmos or Ichiro Nagai, Edward James Olmos, I just think like makes it sound a lot more varied, so you don't get sick of him calling her princess all the time as much, or at least I never really felt that way when listening to the dub. Yeah, Hime-sama.
Hime-sama, otsuki narimashita zo!
Princess, Lord Yupa has arrived.
I'm almost finished.
So the difference between mochotto, which actually no, I'm so sorry. I actually didn't separate the lines. So let's just do two different lines. So the first Mito line.
Hime-sama, otsuki narimashita zo!
Otsuki ni narimashita zo. Hime-sama, otsuki ni narimashita zo. He's arrived. He doesn't necessarily say Lord Yupa specifically. Hime-sama, Lord Yupa.
Princess, Lord Yupa has arrived.
He doesn't sound as like impatient or excited in the same way. I actually think I might give it to dub there. Sorry, I just saw like stuff. I think I might actually give it to dub there, to sub there, because Edward James Olmos in that line doesn't sound too as excited. Saying Lord Yupa is a little too repetitive. Like it's more just saying Lord Yupa, Lord Yupa, Lord Yupa. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a sub there. And then the Nausicaa line, mochotto. Just wait, or just a minute. You know, that's probably accurate translations of mochotto. But then she says, "I'm almost finished." In the dub, and as well as "Warriors of the Wind" also says that. I think I prefer that wording. I guess it's, how do you say it in Japanese specifically when it's like supposed to be just a quick thing?
Finished. I'm almost finished.
Yupa has arrived.
I'm almost finished.
I actually don't know if I can give too much of an argument in favor of the dub, though.
I'm almost finished.
りましたぞ。
もうちょっと。
They're very similar, so I really can't fault it too much. I think I'm gonna give it sub. All right, back to Mito. Let me just let's go fix this. Oh, sorry, I'll get the Warriors of the Wind as well.
Hurry up, he's here.
I'm almost finished.
Yeah, very direct translation, actually.
Yupa-sama! Welcome back, Lord Yupa.
Yeah, I'd much prefer the dub on that one. It's not just yelling his name again.
Yupa-sama! Welcome back, Lord Yupa.
It's an actual, like, you know, distinct greeting. That's a no-brainer.
Greetings, Lord Yupa.
That's cute. Maybe you should consider a tie counter. Maybe, but that'll be a lot of ties. I don't know. The reason with deciding a tie, my logic was, if I can't prove that the dub is better, I'm going to get it to the sub. Because I do like that philosophy about the necessity of it. Like, why would you go out of your way to watch the English dub when the original is right there? It's like, unless it's better, unless it's actually better, why not? The purists are just going to go to the original every single time. And even if it would be better, they might just want to respect the, you know, regardless. So, like, that's part of the reason why I really want to, you know, why I want to do this, you know, is to really quantitatively prove it. So I want to have it so that, like, if the dub doesn't improve it, we give it the sub. I think that's what I want to do. All right. I don't know why I did this. Sorry. The pauses. All right.
Why, Mito, you're looking fit.
What are you doing up there, Axel?
Axel. It's a cool name for him, on it, all things considered. Mitoji. Yeah, so Old Mito, you're hard at work, or Uncle Mito. So there's a G specifically. Which, like, I think is the only time he's ever referred to this way. I could be wrong. I very well could be wrong. I don't know. Well, let me just Control F Mitoji. Or Old Mito. I don't know. Or down. No other instance. And then you have Uncle Mito. Mitoji. So the boy here might say Mitoji over here. But that's it. He's not really usually referred to as Mitoji. I don't know, it's in like a nickname or something. Whereas I think why Mito? You're looking fit or working hard, I see. What does he say, the Japanese there? Working hard, I see.
You're looking fit.
It's a sharp compliment. Like, I think it's like really like a punchy way to go about that line. Although, unfortunately, I can't really fully get. I love as much as I like the line. I can't really give it to the dub. How does Lord Yupa know that he's looking fit when he's partially obscured in the window? Or maybe it's being I don't know. Working hard, I see. I think makes more sense. All right, because it's also you know, kind of mocking him because like working hard, even though he's not the one working, right? I think that makes more sense. As weird as the Mitoji thing is, I think it's that. I'm gonna give it a sub. Sub's doing better this round. Good for them. Good for them. All right. Cute.
Thank you, sir. I'm looking forward to hearing all the news from the other kingdoms tonight.
The translation. Tonight I'll hear tales of your travels. So robotic. Okay. I'm expecting more of your tales of faraway places tonight. Or tell us some more of those foreign stories tonight. I like this. I think I'd prefer this one. I'll be expecting more of your tales of faraway places tonight. But he actually gives a conversation here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You know? Even if the translation here, like, even if this one was better where it's like, oh, working hard, I see. Well, thank you. It's good banter. You know, it's nice conversation. It's just, I don't know. It's just, I feel better about that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Also, the sir is cool. It's showing position there.
I'm looking forward to...
I'm looking forward. So I'll be expecting Koyawa Mata Koyoiwa. Koyoiwa. So he says.
今宵はま
Koyoiwa Mata
た異国の話を聞かせてください
de Kudasai. Please, Kudasai. We're expecting more of your tales of faraway places tonight. Ikoku, yeah. All the news from the other kingdoms tonight, I think, is a much better way of putting it, because it feels a lot more informative and not like playful. Like, oh, like, hear your stories. You know, it's like, what's the news? You know, because they are adults. You know, they're very serious people because they have to be to survive. So hearing all the news from the other kingdoms today, it also makes him seem way more of like that's what Yupa is here to do. You know, like, even though that's not really what he's here to do necessarily, he's just kind of checking in for the most part. But like this actually gives him a little more of a purpose as a reporter almost. I'm looking forward to hearing all the news from the other kingdoms tonight. I think that's a way better line. As for performance,
今宵はまた異国の話を聞かせてください
it's a little yelpy and a little weirdly broken up. Like,
今宵はまた異国の話を聞かせてください
yeah.
Thank you, sir. I'm looking forward to hearing all the news from the other kingdoms tonight.
I think Edward just almost like EJO. EJO? Is that a good way to, or almost? I could probably just call him almost. I think almost does a great job there. Yeah, I'm gonna give it the dub there.
Hurry up and you'll find out. The king's really anxious to see you, my lord.
Right. I don't have much to say about that.
Okay, start her up.
Ah, they're close. Iwa. Mawashite? Okay, try it now. Oops. Okay, try it now. Okay, start it. Okay, start her up. Mawashite.
Okay, start her up.
There's different tones, there's different intentions here, and I'm trying to think of which one's better. Because this makes it seem more like she fixed it. She's like, it's okay now. Like, Iwa, moashite, like, give it a turn. She's like, oh, it's good. What's right? And this one, the dub sounds a lot more like this is just what she always does. You know?
Okay, start her up.
I don't know. It works. It's close, but I think I have to give it to the sub. So I can't make it like a hard press. Like, yeah, the dub's better for this. Nausicaa's voice in Japanese is so cute. Oh yeah, Sumi Shimamoto. Is it Shimamoto? Sumi Shimamoto. Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's unreal. They used her for a lot, and specifically, like, it's crazy because she plays similar characters. Let me just get let me just get the characters that she voices. Better of image, please. I guess this is okay. No, it's not. That's not good representation of her voices, though. I guess this is fine. Okay. So notice, like, she's Clarice. And does it have it here? She plays a character in Lupin the Third Part 2, the last episode, that is literally like, hold on. Yeah, Ep 155 of Part 2. She plays this fucking character. And this happens this is airing before Nausicaa and Laputa, and it has the fucking Laputa robot in it, if you're familiar. Yeah. But like, yeah, of course she plays that character too. There's a type. There's a type. But then yeah, like a lot of cute roles here. Not a whole lot I'm familiar with now that I'm looking at it. I actually had no idea that she voices Ray. That's crazy. Oh, good. That's so funny that she plays this character in like the Nausicaa, kind of like it's a mermaid version of Nausicaa, the movie. Wow. It is interesting. All right. Main Sheen. Okay. So, Mito.
Iyo desu na. Nice work, princess.
Thanks.
I think it's dub.
Iyo desu na.
Iyo desu na. It works. Yeah. It's like, yeah. Looks pretty good. Yep. He actually gives her a compliment. Nice work. Thanks. That's some good camaraderie there. The camaraderie is really important for this movie. They're partners in a lot of senses, in a lot of different scenes. So establishing that bond, that chemistry that they have is important.
Nice work, princess.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think that's way better.
Ah, good girl.
Good wind.
Ah! Good girl, it just like kind of, and then she's like, don't say it. Like, I didn't hear that. It's good wind.
Good wind.
Yeah. Okay. Silly junk. Yeah. Yeah, I knew about this. Oh, okay. Good wind. Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right.
Oh, 本当に良い品じゃ.
This is high-grade material, Lord Yuba.
So the Warriors of the Wind cut this scene. This is excellent. Or, oh, 本当に良いし、良いし、しな、良い品。
Oh, 本当に良い品じゃ.
良い品じゃ. Oh, ja. The shina ja. Right. Oh, this is high-grade material, Lord Yuba. I think that, yeah. I think giving more descriptor is much better.
This is high-grade material, Lord Yuba.
Oh, 本当に良い品じゃ.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a dub there for the height. Even if it's a real find, this is high-grade material. Or like, ooh, what's this? No, it's this feisty woman from from Princess Mononoke. Yeah. I wouldn't have expected it either. All right, next line from Muzu, this guy over here.
早速明日にでも人手を繰り出して取りに行かねばな。
I'll send out
Oh, sorry.
I'll send out a party to retrieve the rest of the shell first thing tomorrow.
I think the dub wins this one too. Tomorrow we'll send people to get the rest. We gotta set out first thing tomorrow to find the rest of it. Satsaku.
早速
Satsuku.
明日にでも人手を繰り出して取りに行かねばな。
So we'll send people. Hitori. Yeah, Hitodeo. Yeah, just people.
明日にでも人手を繰り出
Hitore Kuni, people of the valley, Kuni? Kuri? I don't know. We gotta set out first thing tomorrow to find the rest of it. Yeah. How does he say first thing tomorrow? Is it asa? Like over here? Asu? Asu no hito. Yeah, so in the morning. Tori ni karinita. I'll send out a party, retrieve the rest of the shell. I like that, that he in the sub it's like with find the rest of it, whereas it's retrieve the rest of the shell. It's because they know what the shell is clear. Actually, now the more I'm thinking about it, how does he know that it's a full shell? Because all he sees is the eye. She did. I don't know. Maybe she mentioned it. Maybe she mentioned it when she got there, like before she made it there before Yupa. We gotta set out the first thing tomorrow. We'll send. Yeah. Let's try the performance as well. I think it's pretty even.
I'll send out a party to retrieve the rest of the shell first thing tomorrow.
That's close, honestly. I'm gonna give it a sub. I prefer that material is giving it nuance that wasn't there originally. That's the thing, though. I'm okay with... I actually kind of like when they give nuance that wasn't there originally, because that's additive. The dub is an adaptation of the script, right? It would be no different from, like, give an anime giving more nuance to a scene in the manga, but just because it wasn't there in the original, it shouldn't count. Do you know what I mean? And the thing is, you have access to both, so it's not like an erasure type of thing. I like that they actually give the real find high grade material. It's also similar to when the previous stream when I was like calling it a ceramic sword versus a zirconian ceramic sword. I just think it gives it that extra flavor, while still being faithful. Maybe not accurate in the same sense. I'm gonna give that the sub though. I love how cheaply Nausicaa was made. So many shots are almost entirely static with several moving parts made for illusion or life. Yeah. Oh yeah, very efficient. Very efficient movie. And a lot of it is bolstered by design work. Like really good costuming and poses and stuff like that. They're interesting shots despite
First thing,
and even you don't even tell most of it is static because they have one character in the middle here that's not doing anything or not like.
I'll send out a party
this character moves as well.
Send out a party to retrieve the rest of the shell first thing tomorrow.
Yeah, it is really economic. Well, you can't exactly pry eye from living Ohm. Yeah. No, that's true. I just mean like the rest of the shell. Like it couldn't just have been like a pile of bones or something like, you know what I mean? Like it's not, because Nausicaa herself says like I haven't seen a whole shell before, so that's really rare. So it made it sound like the rest of the shell, like the rest of the entire shell. How does he know that type of deal? If that's such a rare thing, because it's probably a little more common that these are just like from an Ohm's skin, like a shed skin, and it's not like perfectly out, but they still have some eyes you can kind of scrap from it. So it's logical that there is a whole molt. Yeah, like it could be just drawing those connections. That's true too.
Come on, it's okay. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I think I would give it to sub because she knows her name, and that's part of her popularity, or the people love her so much, is that she knows everybody, at least as a demonstration here. Yeah, it's just like come Toito. Yes, instead of like talking to this random person, come on, it's okay, right? It's a similar towards the beginning of this stream when I was saying that I like that Yupa says Gol and Mozo or whatever, like he actually knows their names. I prefer that to just kind of random whatever. So that's the case with the sub here. So I'm gonna give it a sub. Sub is it's clawing back from a Sweet Blast stream.
Come on, it's okay. Yes, ma'am.
And there's not too much difference in the performance either. All right.
Lord Yupa, we had a baby born in the valley this year.
Yupa-sama, this is Toito's baby, born this year.
ユパ様、今年生まれ
Kotoshi yo umarete
たトヨタの子です。
Toito no ko desu. This is Toito's baby. Yeah.
様、今年生まれたト
Kotoshi yo umareta, I think it's like this year was born.
ヨタの子です。
It's Toito's baby. This is Toito's kid.
ユパ様、今年生まれたトヨタの子です。Lord Yupa, we had a baby born in the valley this year.
I think because she's addressing Yupa specifically, it would make sense to frame it in the context of like, you don't know who Toito is, even though he might. If he knows Mito, he might know Toito as well, and Golomozo and all that. But I like that the hub specifically is highlighting. It doesn't necessarily matter whose the baby is specifically, as much as it is we had a baby born in the valley this year, which is really significant for the post-apocalypse, right? For like a newborn, for like new life to continue to be produced in these conditions is really significant. We had a baby born in the valley this year. Wonderful. It's, you know what I mean? I think it emphasizes that a lot more.
Lord Yupa, we had a baby born in the valley this year.
You know, it's like, wow, that's a really big deal. I think that the dub emphasizing that a lot more than just being like, hey, look, it's her baby, you know? As cute as good as that line that is, I think that's pertinent. It's good. It just makes for better world building, I think. Agreed. All right.
おお、どれどれ。おお、良い子だ。幼い頃のナウシカを思い出す。
Wonderful. Let's have a look. Oh, she's a fine baby. Strong
Sorry, it's a long clip.
and healthy. She reminds me of Nausicaa as a child.
Pretty similar lines. I had to cut this. Why did I cut this? I'm curious now. There's actually a much longer pause here in the sub than the dub here.
おお、どれどれ。おお、よ。
Like he takes a second to say something. He's like, ah, like he has to see it first.
Wonderful. Let's have a look. Oh, she's a fine.
He like Patrick Stewart, at least the ADR direction and everything, allowed him, because there's no lip flaps, it's just like ruffles and stuff, way more ability to flesh things out, draw things out a little bit more. I think the performance is a lot better in that version. But then the choices of words and everything. Oh, let's have a look. Oh, dore dore.
Oh, dore dore.
Instead of
Wonderful. Let's have a look.
He's celebratory first. Oh, that's great. Let's have a let. He doesn't necessarily say that. Hold on. Let's have a look. I think he said, yeah, well, let's have a look.
Wonderful. Let's have a look.
Yeah. Wonderful. Let's have a look. Let me see. Oh, let's have a look. Yeah. He's celebratory here. I like that a lot more. Again, I like the performance more. Let's go here. Oh.
Oh, 良い子だ。
Oh, 良い子だ。
幼い頃のナウシカを思い出す。
Oh, いい子だ. So she's a fine girl or a fine baby. She reminds me of Nausicaa when she was a baby. Reminds me of Nausicaa as a baby. Yoi koda. Does he repeat ko like the word ko twice?
子だ。幼い頃の。
Yeah, he does. He goes like ois like
お良い子だ。
yoi koda.
幼い頃の。
Ois yeah. Oh yoi where is it? Ah, yoi koda. Does he use ko here? No, he sounds like he does, but he doesn't use that word twice. So it does have to be kind of like two different words. Yoi koda, a fine baby. She's a fine girl. She reminds me of Nausicaa as a baby. She reminds me of Nausicaa when she was a baby. Now the detail that the dub adds, strong and healthy.
Have a look. Oh, she's a fine baby. Strong and healthy.
I think the strong and healthy is really important to not just like give the rationale for why she's a fine baby, but also why she reminds him of Nausicaa as a child, strong and healthy, just like Nausicaa as a child, as a kid or whatever. the descriptors, again, I think it's much better descriptive, much more descriptive. And I don't think she's like Osana, Osana, Osana ni Koro no Nausicaa. Yeah, there's no place that he's saying strong and healthy in the Japanese. In original voice, Nausicaa has greater difference between her cute voice for peaceful times and inner thoughts and commanding voice when shit hits the fan. Yes. She does have a little more range. There's a cuteness to her. And she's also a little more whispery and kind of like inquisitive. And I have yet to hear her in like a rage mode, which is like a few times. But it'll be interesting when we get to those points for sure. Yeah, I think for those reasons I'm gonna give it the dub. It should be Osanai Koro. Sorry. It should be Osanai Koro. Your furigana messes up a bit in spots. I apologize. Oh, the in the script itself. Okay. I get that the furigana is kind of weirdly messed up. It is moved around, like it's kind of like guesstimated. Obviously because it's the same size as the kanji, so like it can only like kind of, it can't line up perfect. And then what the Nausicaa raw, what the script looks like. Is it just not in here? Come on. Okay, sorry. It just opened multiple times. Okay. Like it just kind of looks sorry. It's kind of a mess. You know what I mean? I fully believe that some of it's kind of messed up. Like this could like be spaced out or something like that, maybe. Like I could do better with formatting this. But there's a lot of like I kind of have to go line by line, like listening to it. Like, yeah, I've got it all fully. I'm parsing what's furigana and what's the rest of it. What's the actual line? Oh, never mind. He's on there at the end. Oh yeah. I mean, I still have no doubt that there's going to be weirdness to that. So I appreciate it when you point stuff out like that. Okay. So it's Toito. I put these lines together. I kind of feel like I should separate them, but whatever. I'll give the visual for this, even though it's this lady and then this lady over here that talks. I'm just gonna frame hold here. I probably should split these two lines because they're fairly lengthy of each other. So apologize. Take me some. I'm gonna split them up later, but I'm gonna take these as two lines and just go dub or sub or whatever. Okay. All right. Please be her godfather. Doka konoko no nazuke, or maybe not. Again, the furigana is so weird. Nate. What do I want to say? Be her godfather specifically. Would you do us the honor of becoming her godfather? Versus.
We would be very honored if you would choose a name for her.
I like that the dub is way more to the point, because the reason is becoming her godfather is so that you give her a name. And that's verified in the second line here, being like, name her that a fair wind may favor her. Please bring a good wind to caress her hair. What? What were they cooking? What are they talking about? Itsumo I kaze ka sono. Itsumo I kaze ka sono ko ni fuki masu yo ni. Yeah, I mean, I can't parse that they're actually saying like name her this or whatever, so that a good wind will always blow for her. Yeah, so the namer, like, that's completely... The naming convention is totally separate and everything. So in the sub, they're asking her to be her godfather so that a good wind will always blow for her, which is pretty much similar to the second line here, with your blessings, fair winds are sure to favor her. Which we haven't listened to.
With your blessing, fair winds are sure to favor her.
Yeah, with the yoni at the end being kind of like as like a wish almost.
With your blessing, fair winds are sure to favor her.
This line, her be like, with your blessing, be sure to favor her. There's a little more like a little superstition in that, or like over reliant or something. I don't know. I just don't get as good vibes from that as I guess yoni kind of deal. Right. So back to the first line, Godfather versus would be very honored if you choose a name for her. Please be her godfather. Doka. Would be very honored.
We would be very honored if you would choose a name for her.
Wait a minute. So then Yupa also, it actually... I'm sorry, all these lines are very, as it makes sense. You have to always line these things in context. He definitely says, yeah, yoi kao nao. Yoi nao, right. Yoi nao. Yeah, that's name. So being her godfather means that he is giving her name. So in this instance, when being her godfather, for some audiences, at least for me, I'd be like, I'll find her a fine name, or I'll give her a good name. I'm like, oh, that gives you the authority because you're her godfather? Because I feel like when you use that word godfather, people link to what godfather or godmother means to their individual cultures and stuff. And that could be different for various people. And it could be, it's different for this particular culture, right? So I like that I actually do enjoy that the dub is more direct, being like, because if the point is that Yupa is choosing the name for her by being her godfather, I actually like that the dub kind of erases that. It actually kind of removes that descriptor of like being her godfather to give her a name and everything, and just go straight with, we'd be honored if you give a name for her. With your blessing, it's like you name this child and everything. I actually think that's a better choice. But then I do prefer Yasuyoni instead of like, with your blessing, fair winds are sure to favor her. I don't know. They're both fine. I think there's more of an argument to be made about the dub being more direct and clear for the audience than the sub, I think. Okay. And then Yupa's...
Very well. I'll see that she's given a good name.
I think the difference here is I'll give her a good name. Yoi nao okuda sete itagio or something like that. It sounds like he actually is giving her the name. So I'll give her a good name versus I'll see that she's given a good name, which is a little more impersonal, right? At the same time, you never see her get a name. You never see Yupa give her that name. So being like, I'll see that she's given it, kind of is also implying you as the audience member are not going to be seeing this. This is not like a relevant plot point the same way. Whereas when it's like, I'll give her a good name, you might actually be like, oh, is that going to be a plot point later? That's potential interpretation, I think. I will indeed, very well. That's not too different. Kyukeo. Very well, I accept. Very well. Well, she's given a good name. Yeah. Yeah,
Very well. I'll see that she's given a good name.
That's tough. I don't think because it's so tough. I don't think I have to give it to. I think I have to give it a sub because it's like I can't. I'm not as strongly confident in the argument with the dub being like, oh, it's because of the I like that because you don't see it. It's like a plot point thing. I think it's a little too stretching it a little bit too far. Okay.
ありがとう。どうか姫様のように丈夫に育ちますように。どうか姫様のように丈夫に育ちますように。
ありがとう。どうか姫様のように丈夫に育ちますように。It's weird that she repeats this twice. Thank you. May she grow up as strong as our princess. May she grow as healthy and strong as the princess. I actually like that she doesn't go like just princess Hime Samayoni, just like Princess Nausicaa. I think she's the first character to really be like Princess Nausicaa specifically, and not just princess. Because you know, you might have not picked up on him on Mito saying Hime-sama, or her King Jill being Nausicaa's father. So it's a lot more direct just with Princess Nausicaa. I also don't know about Yoni. That's kind of weird.
Thank you, Lord Yupa.
Thank you, Lord Yupa. You know, really giving his name as well. Arigato instead of thank you, Lord Yupa. I think I like that more.
Lord Yupa, may she grow up to be strong just like Princess Nausicaa.
May she grow up to be strong. Yeah. Jobu.
丈夫に育ちます。
Jobi sotachimasu yoni. Yeah, I think I'll go up for that one. The Joni ender is generally how you'd end a wish and prayer in Japanese, so it makes sense. It does make sense. I think it's just like weird that she's saying it twice. Like I said, I mean, I liked when I actually preferred her being like Yoni, and that was what convinced me to sub on this line. Because it's a Yoni kind of deal. I like the Yoni for sure. But it's just weird that Hime-sama is like the princess, but Hime-sama's a Yoni. Tokakisu Yoni. I don't know. It's just strange. And I don't know what an alternate way to write that in Japanese. To like you know, something that just doesn't sound as redundant in the line itself. You know what I mean?
丈夫というなら姫様は折り紙付きじゃ。だが深い遊びまでにいると困るぞ。
I like this at the end.
It's good to hope for a daughter who's strong like the princess, but not for one who likes to play in the toxic jungle.
Okay, well, I just want to analyze the fact that he separates the two lines by when he opens his eyes here.
Who's strong like the princess, but not for...
Right? Versus...
丈夫というなら姫様は折り紙付きじゃ。だが深い遊びまで。
It's about the same, so that's good.
丈夫というなら姫様は折り紙付きじゃ。
She's as strong as they come. Job, yeah. It's the same, yeah, Jobu... Yes, Yoni. Oh, sorry, I did something there, sorry. There we go. Job, not a Hime-sama wa omatsu ja? The princess is known for her strength, or she's as strong as they come. I like that he says it's good to hope for a daughter. It's good. Like it's way more directly addressing what she says. Be like, I hope this happens to the daughter. This just seems more like, she's known for, you know, like Jobu, you know. Just look.
丈夫というなら姫様は折り紙付きじゃ。
I feel like Arigo Mitsuki-ja, this part, would make it seem like he's saying something like it's good to hope for that, but he's not really saying that, I don't think. Hime-sama wa ori Oritsuki ja. Origami.
Origami
Mitsuki ja. Tsuki ja. Yeah. The second part of the line.
だが深い遊びまでにいると困るぞ。
Daga Fukai. The fu should be over here. Fukai asobi made niru to komaru zo. But I wouldn't. We won't. But we won't want her playing in the Sea of Decay. We won't want her. It's weird. But I wouldn't want the child to go playing in the jungle as she does. That's a good translation. I think that's a good way to put it.
だが深い遊びまでにいると困るぞ。
Komaru zo. I wouldn't want the child to go playing in the jungle as she does. Daga fukai asobi de niu to komaru zo. Versus
it's good to hope for a daughter who's strong like the princess.
That's good. And then but not for one. Good to hope for that, but not for one who, yeah, and that's likes to play in the toxic jungle. I think it's a more succinct way to put it. Not just the toxic jungle, but just likes to play in it, you know, but not for one who likes to play in it. Because like, you know, being like, oh, it's Komaruzo, because they don't establish this thing of like this framing device. It's good to hope for a daughter who does that, but it's not good to hope for one that the Japanese doesn't necessarily have that, not foreshadowing, but support through the whole phrase. You know, it's known for his strength, but I wouldn't want the child to go playing as, you know, it just seems like he's I mean, he says this out of pocket either way, but it just feels like he has a good, oh yeah, she's strong, but like, okay, you know what I mean? I just think for those reasons, yeah. Let me just try the performance one more time.
道具というなら姫様は折り紙付きじゃ。だが深い遊びまでにいると困るぞ。
It's good to hope for a daughter who's strong like the princess, but not for one who likes to play in the toxic jungle.
I think the way he inflects, the way the Japanese inflects his voice up towards the end, be like, "Komaru." It's sort of like a little mocking almost, whereas he's a lot more condescending in the sub, because he's just in the dub, because he has more disapproval. It just sounds like he has more disapproval.
Not for one who likes to play in the toxic jungle.
Toxic jungle, you know. Especially again, you know, I'm trying to harper too much on word placement when I can help it, when like I know that the sentence structure is very different between the two languages. There's going to be some moments where I think their words could be interswapped, like earlier with wind and water or whatever, but for the most part, I know it's not completely fair to be like ending on this word is better than ending on this word, because like there's no real way to end on that other word in Japanese than, you know, whatever, because the sentence structure is very specific. But yeah, I think he's more disapproving. The framing device here, all that. I think it's dub.
But Mito, the jungle is where I found the Ohm shell.
Again, she's very close. Very close. But that's where I found the Ohm shell. But Mito, that's how I found the Ohm husk today. This is just way too wordy, I think. Today she doesn't even say Kyowa. Demo okage de Ohm no kara o body mitsuketano yo. Yeah, it's way more succinct in the actual raw Japanese than this translation. The Ohm, yeah, Ohm husk is fine. Okage de, yeah. I just don't know about the today part. That's where I found the Ohm shell. Demo. Actually, she doesn't even address Mito specifically in the Japanese. Demo okage de Ohm no. You know, she doesn't even say Mito's name here.
Demo okage de Ohm no kara o mitsuketa no yo. But Mito,
And to me, like one of the key things with some movies, I think that at least that bolsters a movie's stickiness, or just the way that it can help follow an audience, is if you keep repeating their name. Oftentimes, like, I'm not great at remembering names. I'm not the best at it. And I find that a lot of times I'm watching shows or movies, the guy, when the guy did that, or when the guy did this, like, I can remember a character's name more often when you repeat it a little more often than, obviously there's a line, but yeah, I like that she actually says, even though the sub here adds but Mito, even though that's not what has it in the Japanese. I like that she's like, but Mito, the jungle's where I found the Ohm shell. Okage de. She doesn't even mention Fukai specifically, or the jungle, or whatever word you're going to use. That is how I found the Ohm. It's just me playing in the jungle is how I found that. The jungle is where I found the Ohm shell. I think the terminology is a lot more succinct, and giving credit to the jungle specifically. The jungle is where I found the Ohm shell, versus thanks to me doing that, the Ohm shell was found, or whatever. The delivery is really close, though. Demo.
But Mito, the jungle is where I found the Ohm shell.
She's very cute while like kind of owning him, almost like, oh, well, I got you there, kind of deal. They're very close. I think that the direct like specifics in the translate the lines, the wording, I think I give it to dub. Same with me with names. Is Mito a character whose name we need to remember, though? Oh yeah, he's like the third most recurring character in the movie, I think. Because it's like, I mean that's tough. I'm wondering just the sheer number of lines he has, or like screen time or whatever. But like, Mito's a very recurring character, very recurring. So I do think him remembering his name, I think is a little more is valid. You know what I mean? It's not like giving as much value to like Gull or Mozu, because Gull and Mozu aren't in it as much as Mito. She's giving credit to the jungle in the original line. That's what the Okage did. Yeah, true. With context of the previous line. No, you're right. That's fair. And I would probably call shit on like having to repeat Fukai and everything, probably. So that's totally a fair point. Okage did. Yeah. Thanks to the jungle is, yeah. No, that's totally fair. So I guess for me the argument remains just but Mito. Jungle's where I found the Ohm shell. Yeah, and I think at that point it's not as strong of an argument. So okay, I'll revert to that one. Mito, okay, been so long since I watched. Yeah, you'll see. I mean, he's even later in this watch. He's the one that sees her afterwards. Sorry. Seeing with the Listel and everything, and he's like, "Oh, a princess of Pejite." He's finding her there, and then he's accompanying with her on the trip. Sorry if I'm spoiling the movie. He's like directly with her in this encounter. He's like her direct counsel almost. Sorry, yeah. He's right there the whole time, piloting it with her. They're separated for a while, and then he comes back here, and he's kind of with her for a lot of the finale, because he's piloting this. He saves her at this moment, and then it's only when she separates there and everything, and then he's kind of a central figure when like representing the valley, because Yupa's out on the ship over here with the Pejites. So when they're like, we're okay, he's kind of the character that's like the focal, like he's the first person that gets up, like, we're okay. So yeah, I'd say he's important. Not to belabor my point, I apologize. Okay. But yeah, I'll relent on that one. Back to Mito.
しかしだ、白おじのわしの身になってみろ。心配でおちおちしておれんわい。
it's a fun performance. I like that line delivery.
All I do is worry when she's running around out there. I'd trade 1,000 ohm shells for a good night's sleep.
That's a good pacing of the animation too.
Ohm shells for a good night's sleep.
Kind of like resting as he's saying that. Versus.
ってみろ。心配でおちおちしておれんわい。
Yeah, it's not as distinctive or broken up, I guess. Put yourselves in my shoes. I'm responsible for this castle. She's made me sick with worry. The official subs, man. The official subs on this F and G kids, man. They're not good. They're just not good. And how do you think her so-called guardian feels? Shikashi.
しかしだ。
Shikashi da.
白おじのわしの身になってみろ。
Shiroji no washi no mi ni natte miro. I don't feel like this is I don't feel like that's entirely what he says either. This actually seems a little more accurate to what he says. Shiro, because like the kanji here. What's this kanji? Kono kanji wa is castle. Castle. He does say, okay. Okashi. Shikashita. Shiro oji no. Maybe like, yeah, because guardian, maybe that's the Shiro oji is so-called guardian. Maybe that's fair. Washi no mini natte miro.
白おじのわしの身になってみろ。
待ってみろ。
心配でおちおちしておれんわい。
おいわい。心配でおじおじ。What is that?
心配でおちおちして
おじおじ。おじおじして。俺に、俺んわい。
おれんわい。
I can't sleep at night. She's made me sick with worry. This is gonna bounce off a lot better with the following line, of course, but all I do is worry when she's running around out there. It's giving you a visual. I like that it's kind of like all I do is worry when she's running around out there. He feels a lot more guardian-like. Because it's one thing to be like, I'm her guardian. Being like, and how do you think her so-called guardian feels? Or I'm responsible for... I don't know what they're saying there. But I think the Japanese is kind of getting to that in some way. Even if the translation is not all there, he is kind of being like, I'm responsible for her. It feels a little more info-dumpy. And that's a difference between being info-dumpy and being like world-building. You know, there's tasteful ways to do it. All I do is worry when she's running around out there. Again, the visual I think is great. But the better line, I think, is I'd trade 1,000 ohm shells. I'd kidnap 1,000 children before I let this company die. I'd trade 1,000 ohm shells for a good night's sleep. Again, like the sleep. Shimpai de ore oji oji o. I don't really know what he's saying here, to be honest with you. I think it's a lot more dialecty or regional, I suppose. She's made me sick with worry. I can't sleep at night. Yeah, I just think this is very specific. And it's going to relate to the later line here. It's a good, more conversational thing. I also like that, you know, I don't know. Look at the way he's addressing his buddies on the sides here.
しかしだ、白おじのわしの身になってみろ。心配でおちおちしておれんわい。
You know? I feel like I could be stretching, but it does feel like the dub is more like he's actually talking to someone next to him.
All I do is worry when she's running around out there.
You know, yeah, also the fact that they're chuckling, like they're chuckling at the hyperbole more so than they're just like him, ha, sucks to suck, loser, just
心配でおちおちしておれんわい。
Just like being like kind of bumbling a little bit. But yeah, I think they're laughing more at the. I think it makes more sense that they're laughing at the hyperbole. Yeah, I just think there's a lot of reasons why that one's better.
オウムの殻となりゃ姫様の深い遊びも無駄とは言えんの
Sorry, Mito. We'd rather have the Ohm shells, and I think the princess should explore all she wants.
Gonna step up, pick up some pizza. Fun, delicious. Yeah. Okay. So Gall says, "Ha ha ha." Omu no karato.
オウムの殻となりゃ
Thanks to this Ohm husk, Omu no kara nadya. So he's, focusing on the Ohm shell specifically. Let her play and see if she finds Ohm shells. It's not a great translation.
姫様の深い遊びも無駄とは言えんの
Mudatao It's rather hard to call the princess's adventures in the jungle a complete waste. This is so verbose. It's so, and like obviously it's the dub is a little verbose too. There's a lot of lip flaps here.
姫様の深い遊びも無駄とは言えんの
Like, sure. I just feel like this translation to this dialogue I think is a little too much. It's rather hard to call the princess's adventures in the jungle a complete waste. Hime-sama no kai asobi mo muto wa daen dai na. But of course, I like that again. Sorry, Mito. Like really, laying on the name and everything. But also, we'd rather have the Ohm shells. I'd trade 1,000 Ohm shells for a good night's sleep. I'd rather give away 1,000 Ohm shells for her to not go into the forest. And he's like, actually, we'd rather have the Ohm shells. And it makes more, and he's adding to what he was saying, as well as says, we'd rather have the Ohm shells because this is good, like the Ohm shell that he's holding on to, right? Thanks to this Ohm husk, it's rather hard to call it complete waste. Let her play and see if she finds those Ohm shells. Yeah, and I think breaking it up into 2 sentences here is nice, especially because again, Yupa is going to, he doesn't the sub anyway here.
Sotomo, what?
Sotomo. He does kind of agree with like, yeah. Sotomo. Like he's kind of agreeing with, like bouncing off of Bota of Gull. So I think like breaking into 2 sentences is good too. And I think the princess should explore all she wants. Explore all she wants. Again, like not really mentioning the jungle at this point, because the jungle's been mentioned a couple of times now. Like Fukai, yeah. She pied it. He doesn't really mention it in that line. That's fair. Yeah. Yeah, I just think the bouncing off here and everything, I think that's better. And also the performance, let's just check that out.
オウムの殻となりゃ姫様の深い遊びも無駄とは言えんの
Sorry, Mito. We'd rather have the Ohm shells, and I think the princess should explore all she wants.
Yeah. I just think that the performances are so dead even, I think. For both of them. I really can't pick. I think they're both really fitting and effective. I'm going to go to the next one.
そうともわしもそれで助けられたのだからな。
I agree. Who else would rescue me when I'm in trouble?
I think the laugh is actually a lot better in the dub because it sounds a lot more natural and almost like kind of weary.
I'm in trouble.
Like he kind of just like dies lightly, kind of ruffles.
I'm in trouble.
There's like more variety to it, whereas they kind of all sound the same. Not gonna lie, they all kind of be like ah, The first translation gets the meaning across much more accurately, but agree that's too wordy. Of the let her play in the sea. Yeah, that's if I was to choose between the two, it'd be here. But then this one doesn't have as much like. It's a little too formalistic for the Ohm shell line. Yeah.
わしもそれで助けられたのだからな。
わしもそれで助けたのだからな。Yeah. Indeed, her presence there saved me. Ah, these subs! These subs! Oh my gosh. Oh man. I wish I were in a position to lecture her. So Washimo Sore that Tasuke, like, he does say rescue me. Like Tasuke, he does mention like her rescuing him in the Japanese dialogue. Soretomo. That's true. I was rescued too, wasn't I? Why rescued too? Does anyone mention rescuing anywhere else? Why does he say two? Because it's Washimo Sorede? I don't know where that's coming from. And I just think I agree. Who else would rescue me when I'm in trouble? Like, that's fishing for a laugh, which he gets, obviously, because he's Lord Yupa. And it's a little self-deprecating. It's crediting her for the rescue and everything, just like that. I just think there's more nuance to it, and it's a good punch. It's also like the last line in this scene and conversation before it transitions to the next one. I think it's a much better note to end on. I just think it's the dub. All right. I'm gonna go do this a little piece by piece. What do you think? Children's laughter. This will all be one line like Villagers Foley, but let's see. I don't know. I think I'm gonna go. I kind of want to go dub on that one, but obviously it's the whole line because they're just going like ah. It's more like cheering, revelatory, like yeah, or I don't know.
Welcome home. Home, Lord Yupa, you've been missed. Our blessings, Lord Yupa. We're so happy you've returned. Lord Yupa.
That's great. Here's what the sub does. Oops, no dialogue. I think it's way better to have the dialogue there for with the dub because it's really bolstering this really hopeful moment of like that's being bolstered by the music as well.
Welcome home. Home, Lord Yupa, you've been missed.
You've been missed. There's more different ways of greeting him and everything.
Our blessings, Lord Yupa.
Our blessings, Lord Yupa.
We're so happy you've returned. Lord Yupa.
Like even just that, I really like the shoot at the end, like Lord Yupa, dun 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 dun. Yupa. That like really complements it. It's just like a really bolstering moment, I think. Just like not having anything here just feels empty, but that just might be my nostalgia. Obviously, I've watched the dub 40 times. But, like clearly, someone's saying something there. Like you see, like they're either going, like what, like right here. I'll zoom in. Like I'll zoom in even more. Hey yo. Hold on. Oh, geez. Maybe too much. Oh, shit. We're up here. Okay. A little higher. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, you sure? You sure it doesn't say anything? I guess not, because the mouth's not. I don't know. Yeah. I do prefer having the dialogue there. And the kid's laughter is also better. Okay.
大田子に助けられたか。
So Nausicaa rescued the great Lord Yupa.
大田子に助けられたか。
Otoko. Otakoni. I just want to because it sounds like a man being saved by a woman. Oh, Takoni. Were you saved by the child you can't? It's not right.
お歌子に助けられたか
Yeah. Oh, Toka. Askerataka. The saved by the girl? So you were rescued by my little girl? The sub gives a little more nuance there that's not quite present in the Japanese script, but that's okay. Oh. Oh, Toka. Oh, Takoni. My child. Taskerataka. Versus, first of all, like, let's analyzing the laughs here. It sounds like Jill is laughing first. Versus. Yeah, I think with Jill just giving a slight snicker here. You know, we're tired because he's sick.
So Nausicaa rescued the great Lord Yupa.
I also like that, he's giving credit to Nausicaa, but the name. So Nausicaa, not just my girl or the kid or whatever, even though that might be more in character with him because he doesn't really give that much of a shit about her in the same way because he just wished she was a boy. Which is it's just its own, thing in the manga and everything. It's way more fleshed out and everything. It was a surprise to me as someone who listened to this dub so often. And then reading the manga after that, I'm like, wow, they have a way worse relationship in the manga. So it's kind of highlighted in the sub version here. But like, rescued the great Lord Yupa. He kind of recounts it like, oh, it's another chapter, it's another legend, sort of like.
Nausicaa rescued the great Lord Yupa.
Like, wow, that's really giving that specific feat. You know what I mean? It's kind of like saved by the girl who went after you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Like the girl you were rescued by a girl, right?
So Nausicaa rescued the great Lord Yupa.
So I like that I think this characterizes Jill a lot more favorably, which is important, I think, because like his death is kind of a big deal and like an emotional moment for her. So we should kind of care about this guy for how little we see him. He's literally just in this scene, pretty much just in this scene, and then he like has some lines right before he dies. So I kind of want him to be a lot more. I would hope that he's a lot more favorable as a kid. Like you like him as a character. Like saved by a girl. I think it's important for the audience to be more endeared to Jill than, Jill's accuracy to the manga being like kind of a dick or whatever, kind of a misogynist or whatever.
So Nausicaa
is giving more credit to Nausicaa specifically, I think. Yeah, I think I would give it to dub here. And in terms of the performance.
rescued the great Lord Yupa.
They're both pretty good. I think the English dub sounds a little older, which is interesting. Well, there's no you. Mistakenly assumed he was the one talking, saved by the girl who went after Yupa. You were rescued, right? So the sub doesn't even say like, "Oh, Toko, saved by a girl." So he's just sort of like, "Ha ha ha, saved by the girl." Yeah, kind of like what the official G-Kid subs say, basically. Interesting. Where's the wind?
I don't laugh much anymore. The world's become too grim. But
shut up. No, I like that Jill's the first one that actually speaks in this scene because he's the new character. He's kind of like the significant new character that we've heard about and everything.
This is such a wonderful valley, Jill. It soothes my heart.
Okay. Kono tani wa ii.
この谷はいい。
This is such a wonderful valley, Jill.
I like that he gives credit to Jill specifically, being the king of the valley and the lord and everything. Yeah, my compliments to the chef almost, right? It's such a wonderful valley, Jill. Ah, this valley's good. Kono tani wa ii. Yeah, it's like, okay.
いつ来ても心が治ん。
いつ来ても心がnagomu. My soul is healed. Whenever I return, my soul is healed. Being here calms my soul. It soothes my heart. He says kokoro. You know what I mean? Isn't that kokoro ga? Isn't that the it might not really be, but yeah, like kokoro. Yeah, that's he says heart. So if anything, the dub is actually the most accurate translation here, I would argue. Kokoro ga nazo. My soul is healed. Being here calms my spirits. So the nuance is right. Being here, whenever I return, just the existence of it. He doesn't even be like, when I come back here. It's a wonderful valley. It just soothes my heart. Just the fact that it exists. You know, I think that's a much stronger compliment. Again, it's more accurate, and none of the translations really are doing that good of a job. Again. Calms my spirits, my soul is a kokoro, nazumo. Soothes my heart, I think, is a pretty good translation for what he actually says. Yeah, it's dub.
King Seal, when I come to your valley, I feel relaxed.
I can't believe how often he's coughing. Oh.
King Seal, when I come to your valley, I feel relaxed.
It totally takes away from what he's saying. Anyway.
How are the other kingdoms you visited faring? Well, Yappa, what did you see in your travels?
Kono to no tabi wa dojatta. How is this journey? Kondo no tabi. Like, how is this journey? How fared with your travels this time? Right, so this, yeah, I think that this time's pretty nuanced, like giving the right nuance to the line. So how fared we with your travels this time? It's a pretty good translation, really.
How are the other kingdoms you visited faring?
Yeah. I like that this is alluding a lot to what Mito was looking for him to say, or the news from the other kingdoms tonight. I'm looking forward to that. And so this is that moment, and he's reiterating that almost. How is the other kingdoms? And really, yeah, it's not just like, how is your travels? It's not just like, how was the toxic jungle? How was just going around? He specifically, he wants to know something specific. How are the other kingdoms that you visited faring? How are they doing? Especially because, you know, he's like, man, this valley, this kingdom, so good, Jill. Holy shit, it's great. And then Jill's just like, okay, how's the other ones? Wow, that's cool, but how the everyone else? So it's more specific. I think that makes more sense. Again, I think the two performances are really dead even. And he almost kind of sounds more adventurous, like, oh, how are the adventures this time?
How are the other kingdoms you visited faring?
He sounds a lot more wise. He sounds a lot more like a king that's like, how are the other kingdoms doing? You know, almost. Versus Jill, the sub, he's kind of more like, he's older, so maybe that's it, kind of more crotchety. How is your travels? How are your travels? And that could characterize him in its own way, because he can no longer fly. He probably used to travel a lot. So he's just like, I haven't been able to go out there. How is everything else going? But him being a king and taking those responsibilities really seriously and important, and probably the reason why the valley's doing as well as he is, because he takes that job very seriously. Part of him being that leader is to knowing how everyone else is doing. So I think there's more of a responsibility in what he's saying too. Yeah, for all those reasons. All right. big, very long, multi-phased thing here. I could break this up into multiple lines, but I'm not going to.
ひどいものだ。
I could if you wanted more nuance, but yeah, it's fine. Okay.
ひどいものだ。
Let me just do like yeah, let me just so that I don't get content ID'd. I don't get struck with a baseball bat. Oops. Frame hold. Boy. Alright.
ひどいものだ。南でまた2つの国が腐海に飲まれてしまった。腐海は着実に広がっている。なのにどこへ行っても戦に飢え。不吉な影ばかりだ。なぜこの谷のように暮らせぬのか。
Let me just get the audio off of here because I'm just trying to. Alright, so that was the Japanese.
Things are grim. I found 2 more kingdoms to the south that have been consumed by the jungle. It seems as if it spreads faster every day. And the kingdoms that still survive are torn by war and starvation. The cities are plagued with fear. Why can't the other kingdoms live happily as you do here?
It's getting worse, too.
Okay. So let's break that down.
ひどいものだ。
Hidoi monoda. It's terrible. It was terrible. Things are grim. Things are grim.
Things are grim.
Things are grim. So, it's terrible. And we have to also keep in mind the context that both of these have here. In the sub, he asks, how was your journey and how were your travels this time? It was terrible. Or it's hidoi monoda. It's like, it was a bad journey this time. Right? Versus how are the other kingdoms faring? Things are grim. For humanity, you know, I like that he's specifying with the preservation of humanity specifically, especially where he gives his intentions at the end of this scene where he's like, I just want to know the truth. I just want to know if we're destined to die, you know, the problem of the jungle and everything like that. He's more concerned. He's on humanity's side, which is a huge theme of the film, is man versus nature, is sort of like on team human and being against the jungle, or at least ambivalent towards it, versus being in tune with the jungle and letting it do its thing of purifying the earth that they don't know yet, but that they, you know, but yeah, things are grim for humanity. I think it just makes more sense.
でまた2つの国が腐海に飲まれてしまった。
Yes, in the south, 2 more countries have been swallowed up. The Sea of Decay consumed 2 more countries to the south. I don't even have the furigana here. I'm not even going to try. Let's just listen to that again.
南でまた2つの国が腐海に飲まれてしまった。
Yeah, I think both of them seem pretty swallowed up. Consumed more 2 countries to the south. I found 2 more kingdoms to the south that had been consumed by the jungle. In the south, 2 more countries have been swallowed up. The Sea of Decay consumed 2 more countries to the south. I like that it could be, you know, they didn't report in because they died. Everyone died. I just found them this way because everyone's just kind of like on their own, right? The valleys and everything, they're all isolated. And that's the few people like Yupa who are actually going around and checking up on people. I found 2 more kingdoms to the south that had been consumed by the jungle. And of course, referring to the opening scene, like yet another village destroyed, or yet another village is dead. I found 2 more kingdoms. In the south, 2 more countries have been swallowed up. The Sea of Decay, so I think the dub is still better in that line as well.
腐海は着実に広がっている。
It's spreading all the time. The spread of the blight is relentless. What does he say? Fukai?
腐海は着
Fukaiwa
実に広がっている。
is just getting bigger and bigger, is expanding, is relentless. It seems as if it spreads faster every day. It's a very specific detail. That's just like it's getting really out of hand. It's like, it's relentless. Like, oh, it just keeps going. It's spreading all the time. Kind of a vague, like, yeah, obviously.
腐海は着実に広がっている。
I don't know if he specifically is saying spreads faster every day.
It seems as if it spreads faster every day.
Oh my god. And like Patrick Stewart's performance of just being so beat up over it, like it's faster every day.
It seems as if it spreads faster every day.
Every day. Right?
腐海は着実に広がっている。
Yeah, I think even just that delivery makes it definitely sound a lot more just like it's relentless. It spreads all the time. It's a lot more straight shooting. And it's just like, yep, it's still doing its thing. It's not stopping. Kind of like old news, But then this actually seems even more doomerous. Like, it's getting faster, bro. It's just, it's not even just still doing it. It's faster.
It seems as if it spreads faster every day.
Ugh.
なのにどこへ行っても戦に飢え。
Not only yet everywhere, and yet war and hunger are everywhere. Yet everywhere people would only wage war and spread hunger. Yeah, so I think this is the better translation here. And yet war and hunger are everywhere. It's just like, still exists, right? Yet everywhere people would only wage war and spread hunger. Like kind of blaming humanity on it, like the hypocrisy. Like everything's collapsing around you. Nature is creeping in. Death is at your doorstep, and yet you're still fighting. But then the dub gives a lot more detail here.
Every day, and the kingdoms that still survive are torn by war and starvation.
War and starvation spread hunger. Hunger everywhere. Yeah, similes, but I think it's a much stronger word to be like torn by war or torn by wars. The kingdoms that still survive, the ones that are left, again, really emphasizing the kingdoms thing, that like it's just these little isolated spots, how often they're using the word kingdom here as well, which is going to be reinforced later in the movie, which is showing the kingdom of Tolmekia and the kingdom of Pejite and everything. It seems to spread faster every day. The kingdoms that still survive. It's reinforcing that I found 2 more kingdoms that died, and the ones that still survive, that are left, that they don't even have it that much easier either, right? Or hunger everywhere.
The cities are plagued with fear.
The cities are plagued with fear.
行っても戦に飢え。不吉な影ばかりだ。不吉な影ばかりだ。
Kitsune kage no bakeri da. Such ominous shadows. Nothing but bad omens. I like that this is more specific. I like that I don't feel like this is congruent to what he says earlier. And yet the hunger ever. Nothing but bad omens. Such ominous shadows. Like, what? Everywhere people will spread hunger. Such ominous shadows. And he kind of does say that, right? He says, you it.
不吉な影ばかりだ。
Bakeri da. I actually like it might seem redundant. The cities are plagued with fear, but like I think this the idea with fear, right, with Nausicaa, that's contrasting what she's like, there's nothing to fear, right? That contrast of blind with rage and fear and intense emotions, right? When Nausicaa, not in this clip, not in this segment that we're going to cover tonight, in the next one, when she sees her father like that, she's in a fit of rage and a bit of fear as well, because like her face turns kind of like surprised at first. She's fearful, and then it turns to rage, right? So she's plagued herself with fear and anger. So yeah, just like that wording is better.
なぜこの谷のように暮らせぬのか。
The cities are plagued with fear. Why can't the other kingdoms live happily as you do here?
Yeah. They're pretty much similar lines. Why can't they live like the people in the valley? Why can't they live as you do in the valley? Why can't the other kingdoms live happily as you do here? Pretty similar lines. So yeah, I think there's plenty of reasons why the dub, I think, is superior in this big paragraph. But let's just, I don't know if I can really show it just because how long the scenes are and everything. But there's also the facial performances and everything.
ひどいものだ。
Things are grim. I found 2 more kingdoms to the south that have been consumed by the jungle. It's
2つの国が腐海に飲まれてしまった。腐海は着実に広がっている。なのにどこへ
consumed by the jungle. It seems as if it spreads faster every day. And the kingdoms that still survive are
You know, he's still at the eyebrow raise at that point.
torn by war and starvation. The cities are plagued with fear. Why can't the
others? Okay, so let me just hold on. The performance to the animation at this point.
ばかりだ。なぜこの谷のように
He has a whole pause here.
なぜこの
by war and starvation. The cities are plagued with fear. Why
He has like a sigh with a fear.
are plagued with fear. Why can't the other
Yeah.
ばかりだ。なぜこの谷
You know, it's just like one further line and stuff. I like that Patrick Stewart kind of strings all the lines together with that breath and just the performance and stuff. It feels like one fluid take. Yeah, okay.
It's getting worse. 2 more countries in the south were swallowed up by the toxic jungle. It's spreading faster than ever before.
Wow. Okay. Well, do you have that nuance in the Warriors of the Wind, too?
It's causing starvation and unrest.
I can't believe they just interrupt him with the fucking coughing, dude. Why? We get it. He's sick. He's bedridden.
And worst of all, war. Why? Starvation and unrest. And worst of all, war. Why can't the rest of the world be peaceful like this valley?
For some reason, it comes off way more preachy than the other lines, despite the lines also being preachy.
ここは海から吹く風様に守られておるからの。
Okay, yeah, the first time we're listening to Obama in this movie.
不快の毒も谷へは届かぬ。
It's because we have the wind from the sea to protect us from the jungle's poisons. We know the poison cannot reach us here.
Okay. Now, what do we think about the about the voices here?
ここは海から。ここは海。
She says cocoa, but she's
ここは海。
It's because
you know, I like that despite also sounding ancient, Obaba in the dub, who is Tress McNeil or Hisako Kyoda in the Japanese, but McNeil actually like still manages to be articulate and like actual articulateness. I think that's better. Where the heck is it? Okay.
海から吹く風様に守られておるからの。
No. The classic Japanese old, really ancient person.
不快の毒も谷へは届かぬ。
So ancient. The ocean winds protect our valley. The sea of decay can't reach us here. This valley is protected by the divine breath of the sea. The ocean winds protect our valley, or this valley is protected by the divine breath of the sea. It's because we have the wind from the sea to protect us from the jungle's poisons. So the details are kind of like moved around a lot here. The poisons of the jungle are unable to reach the valley. Protect our valley can't reach us here. This translation doesn't have that kind of same camaraderie, like the us and we. This valley is protected by the divine breath of the sea. The poisons are unable to reach the valley. Just feels too exposition-y, right? But I like that we have the wind from the sea to protect us. We know the poison cannot reach us here. That's why we're at peace. Why can't they be happy? Because it's the alleviation. Like there's no anxiety over the air of poison, you know, and having to wear masks all the time. We know the poison can't reach us here. And that's why we're, I think that's really, this is really key. His valley is protected by the divine breath of the sea. Umi kara fuku kaze sama ni kaze sama. So like the god, the wind god. So protected by the wind god from the sea. I like that Bob is actually being a little more scientific almost in this. Again, it's a more approachable thing, and it's not just like, oh, because reasons, Especially the way she talks later, knowing the history and stuff. She still believes in legend, obviously, but she has like this faith and everything, and these psychic whatever, like little telepathic things that she sometimes has, like saturated detecting the wind being saturated with anger or whatever. But yeah, I like that this is the first line that she gets is more like a rationale, like a smart thing, despite her being a little more wacky a little bit later as well, or obstinate. I don't know if that's the right word. I keep wanting to use that word for some reason because it sounds smart. I don't know. Yeah, we know the poison can't reach us here. The poisons are unable to reach the valley. She doesn't even mention the valley in the dub performance. Yeah, because I think it's the clarity of like, yeah. I think I like the dub for that one. Yeah. Plus I just think it's the dub just seems more articulate, despite while also sounding old.
It's because we have the wind from the sea to protect us from the jungle's poisons.
Like there's more gaps in every word that she's saying, whereas they kind of melt together in the sub.
It's because we have the wind from the sea to protect us from the jungle's poisons. We know the poison cannot reach us here.
Yeah. Okay.
どうだユパ、そろそろこの谷に腰を据えぬか。わしはこのざまだ。皆も喜ぶが。
Versus
Lord Yupa, isn't it about time you settled down here? With my present condition, it would bring peace of mind to us all.
Right. Okay. What do you say, Lord? What do you say, Yupa? Isn't it time you settled in this valley? So we'll kind of break it into two, basically. How about it, Yupa? Why don't you settle down here?
ユパ、そろそろこの谷に腰を据えぬか。
どうだ、Yupa?
どうだユパ。
どうだ、Yupa?
Lord Yupa.
This is more of a more request, like, oh, Lord Yupa, I have something in mind. Lord Yupa.
Isn't it about time you settled down here?
Isn't it about time? About time. It's like, oh, come on. Why don't you settle down here? This makes it sound like, this is a new request. Is like, oh, I got an idea. Why don't you just settle down here? Like, isn't it time? I don't, Soto. He does say that in the Japanese. Soto kono tani ni, He does say it was like, it's about time yeah. So he does say that in the Japanese, technically. Isn't it about time you settled down here? And so that's about similar, actually, to the dub and sub.
わしはこのざまだ。
Kono washi wa kono sama da.
わしはこのざまだ。
Kono zama da. I'm no good anymore, as you can see. With my present condition.
皆も喜ぶが。
So he actually breaks. So this line is broken into two in the Jap. It's two sentences, like really clear sentences with a gap in the middle. But the dub makes it one sentence.
わしはこのざまだ。皆も喜ぶが。
With my present condition, it would bring peace of mind to us all.
Everyone would like it. God, everyone would cheer, rejoice. Wouldn't that be a great thing if you just settle down here? Because obviously everyone likes you. But he's giving an actual reason, like a diplomatic, like a rationale for why he's suggesting this. When he's saying like, with my presentation, he's like, I'm no, well, obviously he's giving that rationale in the sub as well. I'm no good anymore, as you can see, or nothing in the G-Kid subs. So he says like,
わしはこのざまだ。
Washi wa kono zamada. Like I am in this. I'm kono zamada. I just want to see the kanji of this here. Like, I'm like this basically. Kono zamada. I am in this present condition, I guess. Or it's like kono zamada as I am. But then everyone will be happy. But I like that it flows a lot better in the dub here. With my present condition, it would bring peace of mind. And the peace of mind is a much better rationale, diplomatic reason than everyone would like it, you know? Peace of mind to us all. Hi, Shabes. Good to see you, Logan. Yeah, to bring peace of mind to us. I just think that's a way better rationale. And it flows better.
With my present condition, it would bring peace of mind to us all.
And they actually are really clever with, like, watch his, like, mouth movements. It kind of, there's a pause there to account for the pause in the original.
My present condition, it would bring peace.
It would bring peace of mind to us all. He actually kind of thinks about it, but he's like, he's coming up with this actual, you can see the gears turning in his head almost. It would bring peace of mind, you know, instead of just like, I'm bad. Everyone would be happy. Everyone would be great. You know, I just think the dub's doing a much better job there with that line. Okay. Oh, and where's the wind?
Why don't you settle down and live here in the Valley of the Wind? I could use your help, my friend, and the people need you.
Yeah, okay. Kind of has similar intention with the dub too, but yeah. Sorry, I shouldn't be yawning. Boring stream.
ユパは探し続けるよう定められた男じゃ。
Oh yeah, I need to make sure I include this. Hold on.
Good, yeah.
That little click at the end. All right, yeah. He actually considers it. Yeah, so he's not as enthused about it in the Japanese. I mean, he really is convinced that he's just being a lot more doomer in the dub too, because like, things are grim. It sucks, man. Why can't they? I think because it's a better performance in that monologue. It makes more sense that he's more actually slightly convinced, and it's a good contrast with Obaba being like, nope. So like, you know, him being like, I don't know about that, and then her being like, nope. It's like, well, yeah, you know. I actually like so I think it actually helps it to be a little contrast where he's like, he's actually considering it. I actually like that the line starts at the cut here. You know, it kind of like rolls over a little bit in the sub. Mudajayo.
That's impossible.
Mudaja, don't bother. It's no use. Mudaja, it's no use. Yeah, even though I think a more accurate translation of impossible, if the characters were saying impossible, is like arianai, or you know, or whatever. But it's a proper translation, I think. Still, mudajayo. That's impossible. Yeah, okay, the more I'm looking at it, I'm like, I don't think there's too much of a difference with that first part.
Yupaは探し続けるよう定められた男じゃ。
Yupa's a man who is fated to search forever. Yupa's destiny is to continue his quest forever. Because he says A and E somewhere? Suzuketa, where does she say A and E? Like forever.
ユパは探し続けるよう定め。
Suzuki, you must continue this journey. Continue his search. When she says sagashite, sagashite Suzuki kereta. So it's fated to search forever. I don't really like the forever part. Continue his quest. Again, the forever is dumb. Destiny, sadameja, right? Of course, sadame, sadaja. Sadamereta otokoja. Yeah, otokoja, right. I don't know where that's supposed to go, but all right. Yeah. Versus
Lord Yupa must continue his search. It's his destiny.
Ah! And so I put that in because she only does the... She only like...
It's his destiny.
I like that.
Destiny.
Got a little obnoxious and everything because she's being obnoxious when she says that. It must continue his search. It's his destiny. Right? I think the dub carries all the beats that the Japanese are saying in an actual form that none of the subs seem to be articulating quite right. Yupawa. Yupawa. So it's interesting that in the sub that she addresses him as just Yupa. Yupa must continue his search. But like, I think he almost Lord Yupa. Like, yeah, I don't know of another instant. I couldn't just control F this because it would take forever. But I can't think of an instance where where Yupa is not it's not called Lord Yupa in the dub. He's always Lord Yupa, Lord Yupa, Lord Yupa. Even just like the Tomigians later in the movies, like, that's Lord Yupa, the Swordmaster. Kill him and you'll be famous. I think he's always Lord Yupa and never just Yupa, you know? So I think that's interesting. Lord Yupa must continue his search. Again, I think continue his search is sort of, fated to search forever. Continue his quest. Continue his search just makes the most succinct sense, especially for like what's actually being said in Japanese. And Sadameja, she kind of just says it's kind of like all the ideas into one flowing sentence. If you were gonna, I think if you're hitting all the beats, like Yupa, continue, search, destiny, right? I think fated isn't as strong as it's his destiny, especially because then he Sadameja, fate, huh? It's my destiny, is it? Yeah. I just think the dub kind of kills it there.
He'll never settle down. Lord Yupa, you have another destiny.
Yeah, not quite.
Sadameka.
It's my destiny, is it?
Yeah, so this is I like that he's sounding like it's the first time he hears this. Like, my destiny, is it? Like, what'd you say? Sadameka.
Sadameka. Sadameka.
It's my destiny, is it?
So, like, I like that he's a little more challenging. He's a little more challenging it in the dub, whereas he actually sounds like he believes it. He's thought of this for a while. I was like, yeah, I figured.
Sadameka.
Yeah, that thought's crossed my mind too. You know what I mean?
Sadameka.
It's my destiny, is it?
Yeah, you think so? It's also more conversational, right? Yeah, we'll dub for that one. Dabu.
Old friend, you still talk too much.
Yeah, okay. It's endearing, but kind of waving her off. Oh, cute as fuck!
Oh, Baba, what is it that Lord Yupa searches for?
What do you mean he has another destiny?
What do you mean?
Oh, Baba, what is it that Lord Yupa searches for?
Really like his delivery on Japanese audio. Oh, yeah? Yeah, Sadameka.
Sadameka.
I do wonder how often fate is talked about in this movie specifically. Like if it's because, you know, when Sadame is brought up in a series, it's usually brought up a lot. It's been my experience at least. Um, yeah, I do agree. I like his performance a lot more in the sub, but I think it's just the fact that they reframe it as a question and kind of him challenging it is really, I think, closer to his characterization for what he does in the movie, where he's really trying to figure things out and he's not as defeatist, I guess.
Oh, Baba-sama, sagas tte nani? Oh, Baba, what is it that Lord Yupa searches for?
Yeah, she's just way cuter in this one. Oh, Baba, what's he searching? Sagashite nani? Like, what do you mean, search? What's he searching for? What's his quest? What is it that Lord Yupa searches for? It's more specific, but that's about it. Sumi's killing it this session. Hi, I'm back. It's good to see you, Weird Proc. Thank you for coming back. We're gonna have I probably have like a little break. A little break? Okay. After this scene. Once the scene finishes up. But we have all of this left. But this happened last time. We were about this far into the stream and then, you know, but we'll see.
いや、ナウシカは知らなかったのかい？俺、壁の旗にあるじゃろ。
I've broken this line into 3 places. I could have also not done that the same way I did with Yupa's line, but that's what we're doing.
What? Nausicaa.
いや、ナウシカは知らなかったのかい？
What? Nausicaa. How could you not know this child?
How could you not know this child? She's a little more condescending here, actually. A little more like, oh, come on. How did you not know that? Oh, you don't know?
いや、ナウシカは知らなかったのかい？
She's a lot kinder, right? And does that support what she's like the rest of the movie? I don't know. I actually think it would make more sense that she's biting like this. She's like, how could you not know this child?
Nausicaa. How could you not know this child?
When she's like kind of chiding her, I think it's because like she was just chiding Yupa in the previous line that she said. And she chides the Tolmekians later on. She even chides King Jill when he's like, oh, Baba, quick, hide yourself. I think I'll stay right here. Right? The only ones that she's like kind of nice to are the children at the end of the movie, where she's just like, could you tell me what a blind woman cannot see, or whatever. But Nausicaa's like an adult. You know what I mean? So, and she's known him for a while. She's like, oh, come on, how did you not know that?
The answer is on the tapestry which hangs before you.
See the tapestry on the wall.
俺、壁の旗にあるじゃろ。
It's pretty tied, I think. I'm feeling. The answer is on the... Well, the answer to her question, right? Look, see the tapestry. Right? I like that his answer is on the tapestry. It's a little more guiding for the audience too. But it's definitely the chiding part that I think wins that one. Here's Warriors of the Wind.
Why, that he's destined to wander throughout the world. There on the wall, see that coat of arms?
Yeah, well, she's not referring to the coat of arms. She's referring to the tapestry behind it. But anyway.
わしにはもう見えぬが、左の隅にいるお方じゃよ。
Although I can no longer see it, I remember it well. There is a figure in the upper left corner.
Figure in the left corner. Hidari.
左の隅にいるお方じゃよ。
Yeah, there's a lot of like small things in there too. I feel like a lot of nuance is being lost. And the figure in the left corner, I can't see it anymore. This is actually like up here. Yeah. Okay. I can't see it anymore, but he's in the top left corner. I like that although I can no longer see it, I remember it well. Because it's also going to memorize the passage, the prophecy that she's going to recite too. There's a figure in the upper left. Let's look at the animation sync up here.
左の隅にいるお方じゃよ。
It well. There is a figure in the upper left.
I like that. I think the remember it well actually makes it timed a lot better.
I remember it well.
There is a figure in the upper left corner.
左の隅にいるお方じゃよ。犬が
And to the subs performance, to be fair here, well, the moment she says Hidari, she's like, okay, left, and then it zooms in. But the cut, I think the cut is, more noticeable than the zoom in because the zoom in is really quick.
左の隅にいる
Even then, it only starts when she says Sumi.
の隅にいるお方じゃよ。
So the cut just feels very kind of awkward.
じゃよ。
Like if Miyazaki's intention would have been it was a full zoom in all the way there instead of like that. You know what I mean? But I like that the dub kind of makes it like punch and there's more of a, I don't know, it fits better.
Well, there is a figure in the upper left corner.
That pause is really, really effective. Plus the, I remember it well. Okay.
I can't see it anymore, but there's a figure in the corner, the left edge. And the legend says...
A little too forward on that, in my opinion. All right, the big prophecy part.
そのもの青き衣をまといて金色の野に降り立つべし失われし大地との絆を結び
I get that it's a quote, right? I just don't like how much of a spell it sounds. It sounds like she's enchanting something, right? It's like, oh, I don't know. It's just...
そのもの青き衣をまといて金色の野に降り立つべし
It's just it kind of complements the music, I guess, but it's a little ominous, I think.
失われし大地との絆を結び
And that kind of clashes with how Nausicaa finishes it, being kind of cute.
ついに人々を青き清浄の地に導かん
that's so beautiful. But then I just don't like how she sounds so you know what I mean?
失われし大地との絆を結び
It's just it's a little too spooky for me. I think it's a little too spooky. And I think the dub is kind of playing up that a little bit, not being super, but it's being feels more like there's a weight to it. It's more like you're reading scripture or something.
After 1,000 years of darkness, he will come, clad in blue and surrounded by fields of gold, to restore mankind's connection with the earth that was destroyed.
There's more there. It does still feel like she's memorizing. It's a scripture and everything, and the prophecy that she's memorized. It still has that really kind of biblical weight to it, but it doesn't sound like an incantation. You know what I mean? And then for the translation itself, so that the G kids just go, clothed in blue robes, descending onto a golden field to join bonds with the great earth. What? He will come to us, clad in a raiment of blue, come down from a sky to a meadow of gold. This is sick. After 1,000 years of darkness, he will come, right? He will come to us, right? And she definitely doesn't say send me wherever, right? 1,000 years.
そのもの青き衣そのもの
Sonomono, that person.
青き衣をまといて金色の野に降り立つ
And she just keeps going. It's just there's no pause. There's very few pauses.
青き衣をまといて金色の野に降り立つべし
It's way too much. It's just way too much. There's no pausing in no dramatic anything. Yeah, it's just broken up better.
Will come, clad in blue and surrounded by fields of gold.
Come down from the sky to a meadow of gold. Descending onto a golden field, surrounded by fields of gold. It honestly, it feels like a more natural picture. He'll come, he's in blue, and he's surrounded by fields. He's not just descending. Because you remember the finale of the movie, Nausicaa doesn't descend either, technically. She descends at some point. But the visual is that she's walking through a golden field, which turns out to be the Ohm tentacles, whatever. So surrounded by fields of gold versus descending onto a gold, or like, come down from the sky, like, you know what I mean? To restore mankind's connection with the earth that was destroyed, to join bonds with the great earth. And then this sub doesn't even mention that, because their translation, reforged the land and close the bond we once knew. Oh no, so okay, this is supposed to be, sorry, my bad, this is supposed to be with this part. Reforged with the land and the close bond we once knew. It's a little awkward. It's a little awkward. To restore mankind's connection with the earth, which was destroyed. Yeah, it's just, I think it's way better. Multiple reasons. I actually like the performance in the old dub with the whistly sounds. You mean like with the Japanese?
That from the skies a noble soul wearing a blue robe would stand in a golden field.
Stand in a golden field.
And tie the strings of the earth together.
Tie the strings of the earth? What? It's a little specific.
ついに人々を青き清浄の地に導かん。
Oh, she's great. Oh, Sumi!
ユパ様、私古い言い伝えだとばかり思ってました。
I always thought that was a myth. Yupa-sama?
ユパ様、私古い言い伝えだとばかり。
That old tale I thought was just a pure legend. Yupa-sama, I always thought that was only my legend. As it is told. That's Yupa. I thought it was just an old legend. Yeah, so let's give Allison a chance here.
And he will guide the people of this planet at last to a land of purity. Lord Yupa, are you searching for the man in blue? I thought that was just a myth.
I really like the second line a lot more in the dub, where she's just like, I thought it was just a myth. Or specifically, are you searching for the man in blue? It's only, I thought it was just a myth. You know, that's what it adds. But she pretty much says the same thing in the sub. So I'm going to give it a sub, especially the performance. Holy shit. Script awkward, but yeah, I love the old lady's voice in this old dub. Oh yeah, that's fair. Very classic old Baba character, for sure. It's very fitting.
And the people of the world will have peace again, and we'll have clean air. Uncle Yupa, do you think a beautiful legend like that could really happen?
Aw, she's a little more hopeful in the Warriors of the Wind. That's cute. Oh well. Too bad it sucks. Because it got 25 minutes.
It is a myth. Ababa is just teasing me.
That's great. I really prefer the dub there already. You mustn't tease me, Ababa. Must you tease me? Yeah, you're teasing me is a problem. Komaru. Obata. Yeah. Must you tease me? I like that he, despite me preferring the sub here, I thought it was only a legend. I like that Yupa's responding with, yeah, it is a legend. It is a myth. Ababa's just teasing me. And so it carries the same message as the sub, but he's affirming what Nausicaa is asking and responding to her in a conversational way. It is a myth. Just teasing me. Yeah. I much prefer that. Are you not notating which dub you choose? Shouldn't you distinguish which? You're not choosing between each version, just dub and sub. Yeah, it is. So Warriors of the Wind is in this project simply for posterity, just for interest for people who might not have ever heard Warriors of the Wind, and there's kind of completely ignore it because obviously it cut 25 minutes out of the movie, etc., etc. But yeah, I'm not. Every time I'm deciding on the dub, it is never deciding Warriors of the Wind. Warriors of the Wind never gets any credit or any points or whatever, because of the simple fact that it is cut 25 minutes out of the movie. Not even just that it changed its names or whatever. I could have, that could have been a valid choice potentially, even though it's kind of weird. I personally don't like it when dubs or subtitles change a character's name all that much. I don't really see the necessity of it. I can understand localization points with like Pokemon or something, but ends up being kind of that sort of thing gets kind of confusing. So I don't invalidate it for that necessarily. It's purely for that it cut 25 minutes out of the movie, so it can't be a proper full dub versus dub comparison if there's no version of some of these lines to compare to. That's why. But it's here just to be like, in case you've never heard this dub before, here's what they say in this version, just if you're curious. But yeah, it's not really officially in the project. It's just comparing Japanese audio versus 2005's Disney dub. Yeah. And here's where it's went.
I think dreams like that belong to children like you.
Oh my god! What the hell? So the stuff like that, I think is very interesting. Oh my gosh. What the hell? What the shade? Keeping it in context. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I'm definitely interested in the Warriors of the Wind dub because I know next to nothing about it. Right. Exactly. That's kind of what it's for. All right.
Not true. That is the...
Sorry, there's a bunch of...
Not true. That is the goal, you see.
Sorry if I've cut that so much because they talk over each other almost. They really overlap here.
The only goal I seek, Ababe.
You know, they answer really quickly.
Is the goal you seek.
The only goal I...
You know? Versus here. There's a lot more pauses in between here. But I like that he's a little snappier, where he's like, the only thing I seek, right? But... I think I cut some of her laughing, sorry. She's kind of chuckling over him saying it.
Not true. That is the goal you seek.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Or that's your quest, isn't it? No, she definitely says onaji koto ja. Like, that's all she's saying is onaji. It's the same thing, right? Why is she saying that? Like, must you tease me? It's the same thing. Myth and reality, like, where's she even getting this? I have no idea what she's implying. Like, the dialogue is just strange in the Japanese, I think. It's like, why is she saying onachi koto-sa?
Not true. That is the goal you seek.
And she's actually refuting him because she really believes it's like, nope, that's impossible. He must continue his search. It's his destiny. Like, she's not, like, just teasing him. She really, it's like, not true. She's just teasing me. Oh, no, I'm not teasing you. That is literally what you're trying to do. That is the goal you seek. Of, like, the answer to that prophecy. That's what you're trying to, must continue to search for. I also like that the dub is, like, being specific about the legend, tying that, what she said, to Sagashite Nani, because she literally says, like, what search? Like, what is he searching for? And she talks about the man in blue, so that is who he's searching for. So the dub is just a lot clearer in that regard. Instead of, like, onaji koto, it's just like, why must you tease me? Yeah, she's like, no, that is the goal you seek, specifically. And she's a lot more steadfast in the dub, too. She's like, not true, that is the goal you seek. Instead of like,
Not true, that is the goal you seek.
I think Obaba being a little less kooky and straight shooting and again, chiding, a little more rigid in the dub, I think makes a lot of sense because of her status in the village. You see at one point in the movie, where the forest is getting contaminated, and she comes up to them and it's like, "Oh, Baba, this forest is doomed. They go, if we hesitate, it will spread to the entire valley," right? Like, she's a voice of reason. That's why she's here. She's not just like their grandma that they keep around and says crazy things. She's actually a voice of reason and knows the history and shit. Yeah.
There's truth in dreams.
No. You. What a great comeback.
私はただ不快の謎を解きたいと願っているだけだよ。
だけだよ。 I'm gonna break this into two a little bit. Not like judging wise, but this is all gonna be one line, but so I don't get content ID'd.
The only goal I seek, Obaba, is to understand the mysteries of the toxic jungle.
私はただ不快の謎を解きたいと願っているだけだよ。
So I think he's saying pretty much the exact same thing in both. I only wish to solve the Sea of Decay's mysteries. My only desire is to understand the problem of the jungle. I definitely prefer this, the mysteries, nazo, like puzzle, right? My only desire, tada, you know.
私はただ不快の
私はただ
謎を解きたいと願っているだけだよ。
だけだよ. That's it. My only desire is to understand the problem of the jungle. And again, they're being way more conversational. The only goal I seek, Obaba, that is the goal you seek. The only goal I seek is, Obaba, is, right? It's not like my only desire is, and then they're not talking about his desires anywhere else here, right? Sadameka is my fate. It's like the only thing, all I want, right?
The only goal I seek, Obaba, is
the goal I seek, is to
understand the mysteries of the toxic jungle.
Is to understand the mysteries. So, mysteries, problem, the mysteries of the toxic jungle. Yeah. All right. I think that's better.
我々人間はこのまま不快に飲まれて滅びるよう定められた種族なのか。それを見極めたいのだ。
Are we humans but a tribe destined to be swallowed and ruined by the Sea of Decay? That is what I wish to know. Is the human race to perish as we are swallowed up by it, or can we escape that fate? Does he say Sadame anywhere?
我々人間はこの
我々人間は Yeah. 我々人間はこのまま不快にのまれて滅びるよ定められた. Is it our fate? So he's bringing up the fate thing again. It's your fate. Is it our fate to die, to fall to ruin? Horobiru? Juzoku nanoka. Juzoku nanoka. I'm not sure what Juzoku is. Race. Shizoku. Oh, Shuzoku. Okay. Are we a race of the human race to perish as we are swallowed up by it, or can we? I think this is taking a little bit of liberty with the translation specifically. Are we humans, but a tribe destined to be swallowed and ruined by the Sea of Decay? I think that's a tiny bit more accurate, or because, well, it is bringing that, or can we escape that fate? Are we destined to be swallowed, right? Sadame, destined to be swallowed. Sadameja is my destiny, is it? And let's see what the dub goes for.
I want to know if mankind is truly...
Mankind. Are we humans? Is the human race... Mankind, I think, is a little more dignified, right? Because he's on the side of mankind, of the human race. I think mankind feels a little more personal and strong. Oh, Space Hunter M. I arrive in time for another major dialogue change in Warrior. Yeah, they go quite a different path, and I've just been kind of like, that's nice. Like, drink your juice, hon. I'm like, okay, yeah, because it's like business with really doing the comparison and stuff. I just don't have the mental capacity to just be like, wow, that's completely different, you know? Yeah.
I want to know if mankind is truly fated to be swallowed up by it.
Fated is truly fated, so they do use fate and not destined, which would have been a better to kind of, is it my destiny, is it?
What if there is still some hope that we may survive?
Or, so the dub is doing that, or we may hope, in which this fan translation is inserting, or can we escape it? It's sort of like the pivoting and knowing the answer. Are we destined to die, or are we living? Or is there some way that we can survive, right? Ware ningen wa kono mama fukai no no marete horobiru yo sadame ta sadame laleta. Maybe this part juzoku nanoka. Sore o miki wa me tai no da. That's what this is just saying that's the question I want to answer. That is what I wish to know. And this is what seals it for me.
I want to know the truth.
It's so heartfelt. It's just like, I just want to know. That is what I wish to know. That's the question I want to answer. Sore wa, even, the delivery kind of echoes that stiffness, that reservation.
それを見極めたいのだ.
That's all I want. Right? But he actually, like, Patrick, he really sounds pained by it. It's like, I just want to know the truth.
I want to know the truth.
The truth, and that is, especially when it's like on Nausicaa's face, she's like, oh my God, I want to know that too. I want to know the truth of the toxic jungle. And that's what she's been learning. In this scene, she already knows more about the jungle than he does, that like, it's the soil. It's not the plants. There's something up with this. This is something that nobody else is thinking about. I want to know the truth. And that's what's just like, oh my God, yes. Yes, thank you. That's her face. And she's like, I wish it was something I could help with Lord Yupa with, like, in the scene after this. I just want to, that's so big. That's so huge. Big and huge. Yeah, with all those reasons, I think piece by piece, I'm thinking the dub just like does really solid, and then it completely knocks it out of the park with I want to know the truth. Do be. Your mic is a little low compared to the dialogue. Yeah, sorry. It's because I have to. The mic can sometimes go down here and shit. Yeah. That's fair. Yeah, same. And I can also lower the movie thing because I that's at like maximum. So.
To know the truth.
So does that,
I'm
that
too
sound better?
old to believe in fairy tales and legendary characters who solve all the problems of the world. But the young should never give up their dreams and hopes. The future of the world lies with you.
What a condescending asshole. In my IMHO. Like, whatever, man. Yeah. Sire Patrick Stewart W. Oh yeah. But Goro Naya, I think, has gotten a couple on him. I think he has gotten a couple on Lord Yupa. It's been a lot of the dialogue. It's been a lot of the word choices. I love House Performance here. Yeesh. Yeah, I have more of a problem with the dialogue itself. Be like, I can't believe in bullshit. Says the guy in the post-apocalyptic future with fucking giant bugs. But the young should never give up. Like, that's nice. Good for you. But you're right. I think Hal does it. I do like Hal's performance. You're right.
I'm too old to believe in fairy tales and legendary characters who solve all the problems of the world.
Because he really, like, emphasizes it in a way that's like, this film's different, guys. This isn't your normal cartoon. This isn't the kind, like, He-Man, he'll just save the world or whatever, right? I like that it kind of pimps up the movie a little bit, be like, we're different, almost. It kind of feels like that. It's cute, that line.
But the young should never give up their dreams and hopes. The future of the world lies with you.
I do really like the kind of the similarity and delivery with never give up their dreams and hopes. The future of the world, as if they're kind of like synonymous with each other, which I think they are. I think that's a good sentiment. Lies with you. But it's just has nothing to do with the movie, man. How's Where's the super nostalgic for me? Oh yeah. I'm curious what the New World Pictures version of Galaxy Express is like and what changes they made. It's mostly a paring down with some name changes. Ironically, a lot like The Warriors, which wasn't produced by New World. Interesting. Do you mean like the New World Pictures of the Galaxy Express movie? Did they do just the original 3.9 movie and did they do a or what? I'm not familiar with the dub process of that movie. They gave Harlock. I'm sorry, Warlock. Ah, a silly John Wayne impression. That's great. I wouldn't have caught on to that because I don't have John Wayne's like voice too much in my head. I guess I wouldn't. I don't know if I would have caught on to that. That's awesome though.
私にユパ様のお手伝いができればいいのに。
Aww.
I wish there was something I could do to help Lord Yupa.
Oh man.
私にユパ様のお手伝いができればいいのに。
The way that her voice really fades out right as the music goes.
I wish there was something I could do to help Lord Yupa.
Allison's great too, but man, Sumi is killing it today. She's just the delivery every single time. If only I could help Lord Yupa. I wish there was something I could do. Honestly, I think I actually like the vagality of the sub here. Because it's more like helping him in just a metaphysical sense, in a spiritual sense, you know? I wish there was something I could do. Like, yeah, you know there's something you can do. You can show him the room that you created, right? I think that she kind of forgets that. But when she says, if only I could help him, that is apart from like just showing him the secret room that she did. It's like, I actually kind of want to help him in a grander sense. I want to show him the truth. I really want to get him what he wants, you know? Instead of, oh, it's only something I can do. I think the sub works better there. Oh, cute Sumi. Sumi's been cute this whole stream. It's been nuts. I think she's like almost batting 100 against Allison this round, which is impressive because Allison was pretty much smoking her in the previous stream. So now it's probably a lot more even. Oh yeah, I think they also use some alternate slower version of the song Taking Off. So specific. Are kidding this fantastical Jamie Heineman looking dude complaining about a fantasy world. Right. Yeah. That's a good comparison. And Jamie Heineman. And Janie, sorry, it's over here. They're here. And Jamie Heineman. Wow, I actually, the more I look at him and think of Jamie Heineman, I'm like, wow, that is just Jamie Heineman. Holy shit. Here we go.
Princess.
Okay, so a little more impatient, but sounds about the same. I'm honestly gonna give it to the dub because he's trying to sound a little more courteous and concerned by being a little softer, but he's like, I do have to wake her up, princess. Princess, right? Hime-sama. Just says the same fucking God. Like you're never gonna win with that.
Princess Zandra.
Oi. Yeah, moshi mosh. Yeah, okay. All right, I was actually gonna take a break at this. What is it? Oh my God. Hold on, I'll do the others here. Oh, sorry.
Nani? Mito. Mito? What is it?
I actually like that she goes Mito, like she's recognizing him. Oh, is that you, Mito? What is it? What, Mito? Right? She kind of just goes like, what is it, Mito?
Nani? Mito.
What is it, Mito? As if like he does this all the time. It's a little less courteous, I think, than just like, oh, is it Mito? What's up?
Mito? What is it?
What is it? Right? I think it's much nicer. And again, helping with that camaraderie because they're very close partners.
Nani? Mito.
What is it, Mito?
Mito? What is it?
Yeah, I think there's more concern in that performance there.
What is it?
Oh, I was sleeping. Huh?
What is it?
What is it? That's funny. Like Zoink Scoob. Warriors of the Wind, Godzilla, King of Monsters. Yeah. Genre film with an eye patch character handled by Edmund Goldman in some way. That's so specific. Holy shit. Okay, hold on. I want to God, what is it? Hello. All right. Let me get like something to drink or whatever. Just giotto mate. I'm sorry. Damn thing. Yeah, no, never mind. Like, zoink, Sandra! We're gonna crash! There's no way I'm getting in the gunship, man! The last type, but without any audio. Actually, no, yeah. Was that not on this part? I don't know. I guess it's the same thing every time, so if I didn't turn it on in one channel, it turns off the other one. I think that's why. Anyway, yes. No, but Frank Welker is in the Disney dub. He plays Gull in that. There he is. Okay. Now we're fine. We're good now. Alright. Gull is just Fred grew a beard when Fred grew a beard in Mystery Inc. Oh yeah. That's funny. The way that ends is so slick. Let's go. Anyway. Mean Sheen. Alright. We're back. As soon as I check Discord. Random notif for an at everyone. Yay. Okay. Goodbye. Alright, let's keep going.
Gaul has detected something in the wind.
Strange scent on the wind. A scent? Gull says there's a strange smell. I think he does say nyoi. Kaze ga nyoi to torimasu. There's a strange smell. Gull has detected something. That just makes more sense. Come on, guys. I'm sorry. It's a fun idea, but like, I think it just makes more sense to he's just detected something in the wind, and also his delivery here.
Gaul has detected something in the wind.
He's a little more ponderous. Is like he's detected something. A little more like, you know, the intent, the inclination being like he's detected something is, you know, as if like he's always supposed to report everything that that Gaul detects every time he smells something weird, right? The way that almost performs here, he's just like, it's something you should probably come out.
Gaul has detected something in the wind.
You should probably come out here.
There's something in the wind. It could mean trouble.
I like that the Warriors does kind of add to that a little bit. 6 months from now, my hands will be as hard as Scooby Snacks. 6 months from now, my hands will be as hard as Scooby Snacks. I'm back just in time for Scooby-Doo talk. Yeah, Nausicaa, where are you? Ah! Oh, I can't believe that got me, but it did.
All right, I'll be right there.
Why does she say it's nearly dawn? It's almost daybreak. Is that like a complaint? Like, come on, it's almost dawn. And also, like, the time of day doesn't make that much of a difference, at least in the grand scheme of things, because the day, it cuts between, I guess it does, but like it matters, I guess. Like, it does turn out to be true because, like, you know, she flies that way, like east or whatever. I don't know what, I imagine she flies east. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I think so, because the sunset is happening. I don't know, whatever. But yeah, like, I like that you find out that it's nearly dawn through visuals and not just be like her being, it's dawn, it's nearly dawn. Why is she bringing that up? You know? And Sugihiko.
All right, I'll be right there.
All right, I'll be right there. Yeah, I like the all right, like hype, you know, like all right, I'll be right there. And then the dawn thing just does, it's weird to me, it doesn't make sense. Okay.
What's
Yeah, so I remember this. This is interesting. So she thanks him, Gokuro-san, even though it's the G kids say, "How is it?" She definitely says, like, Gokuro, like, "Yeah, good work. Thank you for doing that." Because, you know, he's doing the night shift, right? Working on the night, yeah.
What's going on?
So it's like, as much as I think it makes sense for her to ask point blank what's going on, like, what's up? You called me, right? I actually like that she's demonstrating respect and, like, you know, royalty, like, as a princess and everything. Be like, "Oh, thank you for doing that, by the way. Like, yeah, good work." Even, you know, and don't worry about waking me up or whatever. You're doing great detecting stuff. What's up? So I think that's a good choice. It's a nice storm. It's one fine storm, but something's amiss. It's a good storm.
There's a good storm brewing, princess.
He does, so he says that also in the dub, but I think because the reason he's bringing up the storm, it's like you would think I brought you out here because of how extra stormy it is, but something's wrong. All right, but something's amiss or something's not right.
But I'm afraid.
But I'm afraid it's a good storm brewing. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a good storm, and not like in a kaze, you know, like arashida whatever.
Something's not right.
Something's not right. But also he's projecting a lot.
There's a good storm brewing, princess.
Because he has to talk over how loud the wind is. Yeah, the performance doesn't make it sound like he's talking in a room, like a living room or something. But he actually sounds like has to project with how loud the wind is.
There's a good storm brewing, princess.
And also it's like, there's like a nice storm you got there, but that doesn't really factor into his face here being a little more concerned. Like,
いい嵐なんじゃが。
It's a good storm, but like it doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I think it's gonna be the dub for that reason, for those reasons. And where's the wind? I'm sorry I didn't get what'd she say here?
What's the problem?
What's the problem? Yeah. It makes it sound like it's like an oil, like a car garage thing. Like, what's the problem? Yeah, there's your problem.
The wind's building up, and it's got a strange kind of smell.
I know it's more accurate to like what was being said earlier with the wind smelling, but yeah. I've combined these together a lot, so sorry if I go bit by bit. Huh? A little sharper from Allison. She's like, oh shit. Right? A little more controlled. I think I like... Uh-oh, stinky. God damn it. Oh, god damn it. Hara, mata.
There it is! Up there!
So she says, over there. Look. Hara. Asako, hara. I think the two lines coming like, there it is, up there, makes us like, go! Over there! Look! You know what I mean?
There it is!
There it is!
Up there!
Up there, Asako. I actually think if it was like, hora, Asako. I think that actually would make more sense with her moving and being specifically like, look over there, specifically like, hora. I don't know. I think the switch of that makes more sense. And then... Funedawa. And again, she's... well,
it's an airship.
Well, both times she's not projecting a whole lot. Funedawa.
It's an airship.
There's a little more compassion in Sumi's here. Oh, it's a ship. Look at that. Right? Versus
it's an airship.
It's an airship. Oh my god. It's like, wow, I think that's what it is. It's like we figured it out almost.
It's an airship.
Also an airship. When you just say Funedawa, it's a ship. It's a ship. And she does just say Funedawa. It's not like she's the Fukigosen. Or like there's ways to say airship specifically in Japanese, right? Like Fugoki or something like that. There's a specific way to be like airship and not just a ship. You know what I mean? And obviously I can understand that the audience should just intuitively be like, when they say it's a ship and they're looking up in the air, oh, it must be an airship, right? Like I get that. Yeah, but I think again, descriptive, airship. The BVW uses airship throughout as a generic descriptor for most craft, some that have proper or colloquial names in the original. Big enough to clobber a bunch of commands. Works as a mechanic in the Warrior dub. Right. Big club, a wrench, uses a giant socket wrench. Oh, yeah. Buena Vista dub uses airship throughout as a generic descriptor for most craft, though some that have proper or colloquial names in the original. You could say it simplifies things for the audience, but it also erodes some similitude baked in the Nausicaa. Yeah, that's totally fair. And I think when we get to those points that it's being erased, then that's totally fair. Because as I've been making a lot of arguments in favor of the dub for bringing in more descriptors. So if they're using a term that is erasing descriptor, even when it's being more simplified, it's a simplification and everything, which I've also made arguments for, I think, in other places. Yeah, I think that is something good to keep in mind. I do think that is a fair critique of the Buena Vista dub. I think in this instance, when she's just saying we don't know what kind of airship it is, it's just a funedawa. Instead of just, it's an airship.
It's an airship.
I think
it's a light. There, a cargo ship.
A cargo ship. Yeah. I don't know how she knows that's specific, but from all the way back, before they even see it. But yeah, I'm going to give it to dub for that particular line. But I think it's good I'll try to be vigilant, if I remember it, at least, with the, I'll probably notice it with how granular we've been with this. I'll probably notice that like there's they're using specific terms and the dub is not using those. I guess the characters would all know that it's an airship, so she doesn't need to describe what type of ship. Yeah, no, it's totally fair. But again, I think it's just for the sake of the audience, because there's some things that they don't need to say because they already know the thing. But because it's a movie, they say it anyway, right? They blew up the cargo robot. Yeah.
What in the world's an airship doing way out here?
Why would a ship be here? Why? Naze kono yona henkyo ni henki ni yoka. Funega. Oh, Fune is like this right here. Yeah, Fune. What's a ship doing in a borderland like this? A borderland? What's that? Where's that detail coming from? Naze kono yona? Like, why would it be here? Kono yona? Henkyo? Maybe that's it? Is it that a translation for borderlands? Border. Yeah, Sakai. Sakai ni. What does he really say that? Is it a different kanji he's using? Henkyo. No, he's saying Henkyo. Henkyo ni, not Henkyo ni. So maybe it is this border, but it's just a different, not Sakai, but something else. Mito means the frontier. Oh yeah. Nausicaa sounds like a gadget ship on the edge of the junk. Yeah. Periphery is as it's referred to in the manga. Oh yeah, the periphery. And so the dub translates that as doing all the way out here, which is a little, it works, but it's vague. It's a lot. I like that he's like, that's what the source of the confusion is like it's doing on the borderland, or like, and again, a more detailed thing. So yeah, I would, and let me just say like the performance.
What in the world's an airship doing way out here?
I really think the language really helps with the performance. What in the world is an airship doing all the way out here? But that's a little too granular. I'll go for sub on that one.
What's going on?
Well, it's the same translation. It's pretty low. Nani, whatever. Nani, whatever.
What's going on? What's going on?
I like that Patrick Stewart is projecting more in the wind. But he's also, I would say Goranai is also projecting well enough, so it's not super strong of an argument in favor of the dub, so I'll give it sub. Okay. Oh, and Warriors.
What's going on?
What's going on? That's pretty good. Dude, it almost sounds like he says Hime-sama. It totally sounds like he says Hime-sama, dude. Unides.
Lord Yuba, there's an airship.
Yeah, there's not too much different here. Yeah, it's not too much. It's not too really different. Sub.
We spotted an alien ship.
An alien ship? There's aliens in this now? See, like, that's such a deceptive line. I get what they, like, alien does still work in terms of, like, the immigrant type of thing, like, that kind of alien. But, like, when you're in a sci-fi series and you say alien, that definitely sounds like, yeah. Every time I hear Almost's voice, I think Miami Vice is about to start the theme. Yeah. I wasn't familiar, but that's cool. Totally sounds like Hime-sama. Yeah, Hime, H-I-M-E. H-I-M-E is Hime. Hime.
You sure?
That was quick. Look at that.
You sure?
Here he comes.
I like that, like, you know, the dub actually gives it a little breath, even though there's only one, like,
You sure?
Here he comes.
Like the you know, they kind of ignore the lip flap.
You sure?
Here he comes.
Not too much.
You sure?
Like, Wait a minute, coulda. Like, I have to fucking... Look how fast that was. You know, it's a little quick.
You sure?
Here he comes.
I think it's a little... I think it's more gradual, kind of easier. A ship, it's coming closer. A ship, here it comes. You sure? I also like that Yupa's is like, you sure? Almost. Not just repeating, a ship, fude. I think it's like kind of given a little bit more nuance there. Plus, I just like the delivery is a lot like gradual. It seems like by casting Hal Smith and the Warriors dub, they were going for a feel similar to John Huston's Gandalf. Yeah, 100%. 100% sounds more like Gandalf. Forgot about all the little green men. Yeah, right.
Oh, look! It's headed...
Oh, yeah, so the Warriors adds this line here.
Oh, look! It's headed this way!
It's headed this way! As if you couldn't see it. Oh, man.
Oh, look!
Oh!
Oh!
Oh! Should have gotten Glenn Yarbrough to sing folksy songs about trees, too. That's so specific. That's great.
Okay!
Okay! So I combined all those. Actually, it's technically 2 lines. Apparently, I've broken up into 2 lines. But anyway, here's the Mito line.
Okay!
Okay!
It's enormous.
I think the reverence and kind of the... I think it just like...
It's enormous.
It's like, oh my god.
Okay!
That's a little bit too much panic. I think that I get that obviously they panic right here, but I like that the panic happens after it comes even closer to them, that it looks like it's going to crash into them. They're like, oh! You know?
It's enormous.
You know what I mean? That surprise is really cool. Whereas it's like, oh shit! Oh shit! Yeah, you know?
Okay!
Right? I think it's redundant, but also like too soon. Yeah. I'm gonna give dub on that one. I just like his like more subtle like, oh, it's enormous. That's what she said. Oh, okay. Or it's any of those. Or even something I also said. Oh! The gasp is nice. That gasp. Sumi and Allison are also are once again pretty tied, I think. Okay, I think the dub, both of them sound very similar to each other. It's like their gasp and Allison's gasp sound very similar. Kind of almost similar tone. Whereas I like the contrast where they have more fear, and she doesn't have as much fear as she is concerned. She's actually a little more concerned. She's like, oh no. You know, she's like, oh no, kind of deal. And that's more in character with her. So I think the exclamations are going to give to the sub.
It's a big one! Oh!
Yeah, yeah. Oh!
Oh!
That's great. I don't think even think she doesn't even say anything. Okay. All right. That's what she. Okay. Ooh. Oh, it's a Tolmekian heavy transport. Oh, Motasenda. Yeah, so this is the nuance that we were missing earlier, because then right here they're just gonna go ship.
It's a Tolmekian ship.
Yes. Yes. So the Tolmekian heavy transport, I'm gonna give that to sub in that case because I like the more nuance. The deliveries aren't that different.
It's a Tolmekian ship.
Although I also did, because I don't want to like really judge it on this, but it's like that's the first time we mentioned Tolmekia, like one of the major antagonists of the movie. And So like it's important to not like garble that, and it sounds kind of garbled in this performance, but I don't fully want to say that because it, not as fluent in Japanese. So I don't know.
It's a Tolmekian ship.
I do like that it's a little clearer in the dub, but I do want to give it a sub because of the specific terminology, and the deliveries aren't that different other than that.
That's a Temecula cargo ship.
Temecula cargo ship.
That's a Temecula cargo ship.
Damn. Okay. Nausicaa and Gaul. She's very whispery here.
It's in trouble.
So this one is more paralleling what she did when she said someone's in trouble, the insects must be attacking.
It's in trouble.
And like I said in the previous stream, when you say that in English, the natural inclination is you want to go save them. They're in trouble. It's in trouble, right? It's not flying right. In this is more like a critical assessment, right? Than just like it's in trouble. So like they think that something's wrong with it, or just it's not flying right, is less compassionate than
it's in trouble.
And she doesn't, Yeah, I understand that the sub is a little more specific of what's going on, but I think the emotion is more important in this instance, especially with how fast these things are. And you find out it's not like an actual reason, right? It's more like an assessment, I guess.
It's in trouble.
So I think the emotion makes more sense to emphasize at this particular moment. The details are going to come once she gets closer to the ship. She's so fast and whispery when she's like this.
They're trying to make an emergency landing. Help me launch, Gaul.
That was a lot more clearer. She's making a very direct assessment there. After already giving the emotion, she gives the emotion first, and then it's like, I think that this is what they're trying to do. It's an emergency landing. It's trying to land. They're trying to make an emergency landing. They actually combine the two. I like that it specifies being an emergency landing and trying to. So the dub actually includes both of those. Even though it's probably both the case in the actual Japanese too. Just Heidu. It's like it seems that way. Or whatever. And then go. Agete.
Help me launch, Gaul.
What?
I like that Gaul's a lot more baffled by it.
What?
Instead of what? Wait, what? I actually kind of he's a little more like
what?
A little more engaged with what's going on. Yeah, so for all those reasons.
It's in trouble! Looks like they're trying to land!
And he doesn't even say anything after that. Look at that.
Land!
He's gonna do it. Okay. Alright. Muchacha! So Mito says,
Princess, it's too dangerous.
Princess Sandra, what are you doing?
Isn't that Yupa?
Princess Sandra, what are you doing?
Isn't it Hal saying that? Anyway, it's weird. Princess, you mustn't. Princess, what are you doing? Muchada. So this is the dub actually. It's too dangerous. I think that's most of what he's trying, more than you mustn't or what are you doing. It's more like there's no way. Like muchada, like don't even bother. There's no way. Like what are you supposed to do? Right? And so I think the too dangerous is closest to that idea of muchada out of these three options of you mustn't and what are you doing, as well as showing concern for her. Because that's what Mito thinks about the most and cares about the most, right? It's a Potisvillian ship. Looks like they're trying to land, Bullwinkle. God damn it. Is she from that? Is she from Rocky and Bullwinkle? It sounds like Hal voices both characters. Yeah, he voices both. Oh, wow. Okay. It's a tad confusing in a couple loops. Yeah, jeez. Fair enough.
Princess, it's too dangerous.
Like he's being a little more, again, that fatherly figure, a little more concerned, a little condescending, childish almost. I think that works better. Oh, it's not Rocky Bull. Okay, sorry. I'm a little uncultured in some of these matters. That's why I'm happy you guys are here.
Princess Sandra, what are you doing?
What are you doing? All right. It's a common misconception, but the association with the blue goggles, etc. Oh, okay.
I'll just guide them to the shore.
I'll guide them to the shore. I'll guide them to the coast.
I'll just guide them to the shore.
Watch the animation here.
I'll just guide them to the shore.
I really like that Allison is hitting the beats in the animation, not simply the lip flaps. I think a lot of like, it's such an interesting difference, right? It's one thing to like be really anal about the lip flaps, and more being like the timing of when you say something versus what's happening on screen. Not just the lip flaps, but what's happening on screen here.
I'll just guide them to the shore.
Right? She's just kind of like the way she.
I'll just guide them to the shore.
Right? Versus. It's kind of there in the sub, right? Let me just extend this a little bit. It's not as fluid, I think. And she's also, again, rushing. I think she, like Sumi, when she's in these like more focused, aggressive moments, she's just way too breathy and fast, I think.
I'll just guide them to the shore.
She's just a lot more like controlled, I think, Allison.
Going to guide them!
I'm going to guide them! Okay, cool. Yeah, I think it's dubbed for that. Three fathers and a princess. Yeah. Funnily enough, Jade Foray. Well, because her actual father is bedridden. Funnily enough, June Foray actually attended the Los Angeles Animation Festival that showed Warriors. Oh, wow. All right.
Here they come.
It's coming about. They turned around. Sorry, here they come.
Here they come. Here they come.
It's close. I don't know if it's a strong enough reason to give it to the dub because yeah. I don't know. I'm torn. I'm really torn on this one. So, because I feel like when I'm torn, I have to give it to sub because it's not a strong enough reason. I have a gut feeling it's dub, but I can't really articulate it. Sorry, I'll give the Warriors.
They're circling back.
Yeah. I like the lines coming about a little more. Yeah, that's fair. Like it's just more accurate and more like supportive in that way. But Here They Come just sounds like punchier. But I'll go with sub.
All right, princess, ready to launch. All right, princess.
All right, princess. You know, yeah, it takes its time more. You know what I mean? It's way more fleshed out. And it's able to do that because his voice comes off screen in this shot here. You know what I mean? He talks over the part of Tato here.
Princess, ready to launch.
It even syncs up with Tato jumping here.
Ready to launch.
Ready to launch.
Ready to launch.
Isn't that crazy? It's really good syncopation. It's just not as well syncopated. They're not even thinking about syncopation as much in the sub, I think.
All right, princess, ready to launch.
Like there's a musicality almost to it, and there's just more detail. I think it takes its time more. I'm gonna give dub to that one.
I'm ready. Let's go.
Okay.
Tato, hold on.
Ah.
Tato, hold on.
So I like that they mute. So Gull still makes a noise in the dub, but it's subdued.
Hold on!
You can barely hear it. In favor of Nausicaa saying, hold on. Tato,
hold on!
Hold on. Boom. Right? There's more of like a feel to it. I think of like a visual, audible thing. When I make videos, this is what I'm thinking about so often. Like, what am I showing on screen versus what I am saying? It's so important to like for the synergy and to making the audio parts really punch more, right? And the visuals, they just complement each other.
Tato.
She just says Tato.
Tato.
And that's the first time you hear his name, honestly.
Tato.
So it's like, wait, is that his name? But when she says Tato, hold on, you're like, oh, it's talking to the fox squirrel. Oh, you're talking to the fox squirrel.
Tato, hold on!
Right? It just makes more sense. And then...
Hang on!
Hang on.
Hang on!
At least it actually says it, but I don't think they knew what the name of the fox squirrel was.
Hang on!
Yeah. All right. I do have the same gasp every time, even though I don't even have it broken up like that. It's fine. I'll just, yeah. So, yeah, Warriors doesn't even give a gasp. But then, for some reason, I didn't get that right. I really like Allison's gasp here a lot more. Not that I'm going to give it a specific point to it. It'll be a part of this next one. It's just like really horrified. It's like, right? And nothing there. Okay.
Oh no, they must have landed their ship in the jungle and angered the insects.
Okay. Nantakata. So, for some reason, the G Kids put "how dare they," which I think is really strong because it's like she's already kind of like that totally clashes with her trying to help the ship. Like they're like, turn away, you're gonna crash. But you know, like she's trying to help them. She's going up to like trying to save them. So why would she just be like, oh, how dare they? Right? I feel like that clashes with what she's doing. Instead that, so it's like, my God, nantekoto, which makes way more sense. Like I think that's a much better translation of nantekoto is my God, or whatever. Although it's a little, I like this a little formal. I think it was for her age. She's like, oh no, and oh no, they must have, right? Nantekoto, they must have entered the jungle and killed some insects. And what's interesting, right? She doesn't see that. She assumes that they killed some insects because she sees insects on the windshield, but they're all, for what we can tell here, they're alive. Like there's some clinging onto it, but if they were dead, like how are they still on the ship after all this time, right? So like the logic is that they're all alive and eating it and everything, right? So she just said like they killed insects, I think. They killed insects. You know, they entered the jungle and killed some insects. Despite it being softer, I think she's giving them the benefit of the doubt. They landed their ship in the jungle and angered the insects, because that's just going to happen, right?
Oh no, they must have landed their ship in the jungle and angered the insects.
That's the reason and everything. They say the same as much in the sub, but I think she's giving them more of the benefit of the doubt in the dub, which again is much better supported later with her actions here, where she's actually trying to help them. Like, hey, turn around, you're gonna, you know, like risking her life here, flying this close to the thing, where she easily could have been hit. And like just when she gets hit with the bug later in the movie, trying to save Asbo, her life could be over if she gets hit with that thing. Right? So she's risking her life here. So she's really trying to help them. And she's guided to the shore. That's what she was trying to do. So it's just, you know, I don't know why she would just change her mind by just being like, oh, they killed some insects. Oh, how dare they? Right? So she's still acknowledging the situation, but it's like, Oh no. Oh, that must have been what happened.
Loki bloodsuckers! The ship must have landed in the toxic jungle.
What a Star Wars looking like. I don't get me wrong. I like my cornball, like the B-roll thing, the B movies type stuff. Loki bloodsuckers.
Loki bloodsuckers.
It just doesn't feel right to me. Interesting, he's pronounced Tato in Japanese, but he's like Taito in English. No, they're both Tato. Teto. Oh yeah, Teto versus Tato, right? Data East, hold on. Damn it. I love the organ in the background. Yeah, the OST's awesome. I really like Hisaishi's work in this movie because it's from his early career where he's a lot more into synths and this gives good variety in the soundtrack. It's very weird. Nausicaa being passive aggressive. Right. So I just don't know if it's the right attitude, to be honest. Okay, dub. I broke this line up over here as well. All the shouts, because I think it makes sense as a broken up line here because it's distinctive. Oh god, it's so good. Oh, Miyazaki's a fucking G, bro. He's so good. So yeah, the translation, they go, turn away, you'll crash. Turn away, turn. This translation is pull up, you're going to crash. Pull up, pull up. I like that they do change the word here because they go kakyoste, kakyo, right? The difference there have been like, come on, like turn, like try to do a different. She's trying to give like a different command and everything to help them in vain. So if I was to do turn away, pull up, I think I'd go turn away. But like turn away is weird. Away to where, right? So I think the best words is, again, the dub, turn your ship, you're gonna crash, which is the same. Turn your ship, turn, which is similar to the G-Kids pretty much, but I like turn your ship. It just has more rhythm to it and more specific. It's not like turn away, turn away. Yeah, like turn what? Turn what? Turn your ship, right? Let's do, and what's more important here is the performance, right?
Turn your ship! You're gonna crash! Turn the ship!
She's so fucking frightened. Because she did like the people on board, but even her valley, right? If any explosion, like anything, what is gonna happen, she's so like way more fearful about it and trying to like scream it. Like it's good mixing on Buena Vista's end. It doesn't feel like it's not blaring. But you can tell she's really projecting her voice out. She's like, turn the ship!
Turn your ship! You're gonna crash! Turn the ship!
She's also way more lamenting it, like mourning the potential losses here. The bugs that are probably that were also killed are going to be killed in this explosion if they die, if it crashes. Because there's living bugs on the ship. She's way more fearful and concerned and like frightened by it, despite the look on her face being a lot more determined and everything. I think it's a good contrast, honestly. It's giving me, I'm tearing up, bro. It's great. Oh my god. Instead of like, Butchkarazo, right? Butchkarazo! Like she does sound like she's projecting for sure. But it's sort of just like Moshi Mosh, almost. Hello, it's a little more formal. And it's like, come on, you can do it. Ugh. And how high pitched the gasp is there versus pretty good. It is a pretty good gasp. She also does the high pitch at the end. And the high pitch is really good contrast for when the music and everything completely cuts out, right? Yeah, it's tough. It's good rhythm in the sub. I like the right instead of the that's really tough. That's really tough, but I think, yeah, with all the other stuff, I think it's dub. Mainly her attitude about it is way more emotional and impactful. Whispers, turn your ship. I mustn't wake the neighbors. Hey, come on.
Pull up, guy! You're flying too low! Pull up! You're going to crash!
I do like the crash right at this shot here. You're gonna crash. Yeah. And what did she say at the? I don't think she even says anything at this part here. Yeah, no, she doesn't. She just does a lot more stuff. Turn up, guy. Pull up, guy.
Guy! You're flying too low!
You're flying too low. She's trying. She's trying. Tough line. All right, I've combined all these lines together because this would be way too... This has been granular as it is, but I can't be this granular. Like, you gotta be kidding me. Okay? So this is all one line. This is all counting as one thing.
It's down, the princess.
They crashed by the sea cliffs.
Let's go.
Okay. They crashed. Ochta. It's fallen. I think it's fallen makes more sense. Ochta. It fell down.
It's down.
It's down. Yeah. A little more like, oh shit. And just like, oh yeah, there it goes. He's like, Ochta. Oh, there it went. Yep, it's down.
It's down.
It's down. Oh fuck.
Down, the princess.
I think Mitos is better in the sub because he's a lot more fearful. He's like, oh shit. Oh fuck. Especially his eyes, how baggy they are.
It's down, the princess.
Yeah. It's also the same exact tonality as Patrick Stewart. Umi no kageda. So it's the seaside cliff. The cliffs. Okay.
They crashed by the sea cliffs.
As redundant or like you don't need to say that they crashed because clearly they did. Oh, I think they crashed. Like, yeah. You think? But it's good to be like by the sea cliffs instead of just like sea cliffs.
They crashed by the sea cliffs.
Yeah, it's like over there, kind of deal.
Let's go.
Let's go. You go. A little too like almost. It's like, let's go.
Cliffs.
Let's go.
That's cool. This is funny though.
Oh, the princess! Let's go.
Oh, the princess. Let's go. That's great. I'm gonna give it to dub. I think it's strong enough here and here, and yeah, I'm slightly edge on let's go. Give me some. The princess is only the one that I think sub actually carries. All right.
Everyone to the cliff! Let's go! Let's go!
That honestly, that delivery always sticks in my mind as like a performance I remember, honestly, because it's just like let's go, right? Not even as a meme like let's fucking go type of thing. Like when I would have watched this movie in like 2006, 7 or whatever, or like when I was a kid, you know. Also, just the translation: "Everyone to the rescue, even the boys." Like, what? I don't even know where they got this. I mean, here's the thing. I don't know why the furigana's not. I probably took off the furigana because it's multiple lines. Minaiko or something. Yeah, move it. Let's go. Everyone to the cliff. Like, you know, the really emphasizing the location, like by the sea cliffs, reinforcing that. Let's go. Let's go. Like you watch his arm, right? Again, the same.
Everyone to the cliff. Let's go. Let's go.
You know, there's a syncopation.
To the cliff. Let's go. Let's go.
Like he waves his arm 3 times and has 3 sections, right?
Everyone to the cliff! Let's go! Let's go!
I think he's saying they crashed by the sea cliffs as one sentence. That's fair. That's fair. It doesn't make too much of a difference, but yeah, that's fair. So watch, like. It's not as syncopated, I think.
Everyone to the cliff! Let's go! Let's go!
You know, that's just way more effective, I think. Plus, you think of the Foley as well. The everyone besides that main voice. It's multiple people screaming, right? There's a little more disarray and chaos. Whereas, that's not congruous with what's showing on screen, where they're all running in a single file line here. You know, it's a little more organized than it sounds.
Everyone to the cliff! Let's go! Let's go!
And I've been in situations like that, not like huge emergency ones or whatever, but like when one person's hyping everyone up, not everyone's screaming like that. It is like a lot of us are kind of hustling, that we're focusing on running to the place. And you might have one person who's not hustling, like this guy who's standing there, and be like, go, go, right? It just makes more sense, like sonically. Okay. Ah, so you see, she actually makes a noise in the dub. She just moves. They're going over that cliff. Ah! I would, if I was doing a sub versus dub of Speed Racer, I would give that line to the dub 100 times out of 100. There's no way that the sub is better than that. That's so funny. Because in the context of a Speed Race, like of a comedy series, like it's a fun action adventure thing, and he's a villain, right? He's going over that cliff. Like it's so funny and good. So the dub is like supporting that. James of the Valley of the Wind. Thank you, Logan. So yeah, like she's not even saying it. She doesn't even mention it. She doesn't wince. Oh, sorry. Don't clip that. Oh no.
She's alive.
Oh, I think I cut that out.
She's alive.
Yeah, sorry, I cut that. Oops. Oops.
She is.
There she is.
There she is. She's alive.
Anokotawa. It's that girl. She's alive. Instead of there she is, I like a lot of the dub is doing this, where it's a lot more of like there and go. I don't know. There's more of there she is and there it is. There it is up there. There they are, right? There's a lot more wordage like that, and it's helping to guide the audience through. Being like, oh, that kid you saw right beforehand, and then, oh, it's that girl, right? It's like, there she is. I think that works better. And then she's alive. Ikiteru is pretty much similar. But then let's listen to the grunts. Or the lack of grunts, right? Sumi, like, really internalizes a lot of the struggles she does.
Alive.
Like, it's like Allison grunting the way she does really is demonstrating how freaking heavy this piece of metal is that's on her. Right? And in that case, she's gasping, which makes more sense with the way, because she's gasping at what she sees, which is her handcuffs, her chains. But then that one's more of like a little redundant to what she was doing there. I don't know why it says, oh no. I don't know. Oh, I guess the Warriors of the Wind. Okay. Yeah, I think it's there she is a little bit better. And then the grunts are better. But then, yeah, like her gasp makes more sense, but that's about it. So I'll give it to Dub. It's very understated in the Japanese there. Yeah. I was gonna put your back into it. Let's go. Right. Luckily, it's super light because these crappy Temecula's ships are made out of aluminum foil and cardboard. Yeah.
She's alive.
She's alive. a little like, ooh. All right, cool. Wait, does she say, oh no? Oh no. She totally does like whisper like, uh-oh. Whoa. Very cool, warriors. Very cool. Happy you're here. Oh man. Oh, she's the cutest. No. Oh no.
Where am I?
She's pretty good. I think that was pretty solid. She's like very whispery and everything. Oh.
Where am I?
Think Japanese. Try not to, succumb to that too much, but man. I'm sorry. Jeez Louise. No wonder people like the Japanese more. Are you kidding? I like that she says, don't talk, right as she starts talking. Don't talk. I'll answer it for you. You're in the Valley of the Wind. I like that order of things. So.
Where am I? Don't talk. You're in the Valley of the Wind.
And she doesn't interrupt her. Listen. Sumi is very close to interrupting her, being like, very close.
Where am I? Don't talk. You're in the Valley of the Wind.
Because and I think that don't talk makes more sense because it's like she's prioritize. It's what do you prioritize? Answering her question or saving her life? Don't talk. You probably don't want to talk, right? Yeah, and then
don't talk. You're in the Valley of the Wind.
Oh, let me get that a little bit more. I don't think she says anything. I don't think she makes any further noises. Which makes sense. She's a lot more quiet. Yeah, I don't know if the gasps make that much of a difference really. I'm gonna go dub because of the switch in that instance. And I don't know. I think Allison and Sumi are pretty tied delivery wise.
Talk. You're in the Valley of the Wind.
Where? Don't talk. You'll be all right.
No, you won't. Bet Sandra, come on. Don't promise her that. Oh no. I showed my grandpa this one and he thought all the ships were made of iron. Ruh-roh Raggy. Shia LaBeouf's sister got mangled up. Yeah. She's actually in decent condition, all things considered. She could have been way worse. Don't talk while I remove your dress here. Yeah, exactly. I cut it off. I'm sorry. Oh, she is in such pain.
I am Listel. Listel of Pejai. You must burn the cargo.
It's not a strong performance, honestly. It's endearing, but it's not as strong as the fucking Japanese, which is so like, oh.
Cargo.
Must burn the cargo. Even that is like way more wincing and pain, right?
Stell.
And also like the suspense of her going watashi wa Peji to the nested instead of I am Listel. Right? I think there's more suspense there.
Listel of Pejai.
So like there's kind of a redundancy for just going like because they need to say Lestel because of the number of lip flaps.
I am Lestel.
Right, which is a good. It's a good sync. It's a good sync. Don't get me wrong, but yeah.
You must burn the cargo.
That's a good translation as well. It is really serviceable. It's not bad, but man, it's outclassed. Whoo. I think Warriors actually has the better English performance. Ooh.
I'm Princess Lestel. Oh, I'm from Placida. Where's the cargo?
Ah, that is really interesting. Although that sounds exactly like Zandra. Is it the same voice actress as Zandra?
I'm Princess Lestel. Oh, I'm from Placida.
Yeah, I think that's a much better, like, I'm Lestel, you know, to really get into to really get, like, who are you kind of deal. Like, I'm the person, I'm from
Placida. Where's the cargo?
Yeah, that's actually really an interesting way to build suspense. Instead of, like, just burn the cargo and everything, it's a little more immediate. I like where's the cargo? You know? Yeah. I agree, actually. If I was counting Warriors of the Wind, which I'm not, Warriors might have actually taken that one.
Sumini, the cargo? It burned.
Ah, that's very matter of fact of you.
Sumini, the cargo?
That's so tough. That's really.
Sumini, the cargo?
I think it's pretty much identical, so I'm gonna go sub because there's not much of a contest on that one. Like the dub isn't like dramatically improving it or anything. Oh my gosh, she's so cute and really hurt and dying.
I beg of you, burn everything.
She's very polite in the dub here.
Burn everything.
You know, I beg of you, burn everything. Right? A little too controlled. It makes sense when she's being a princess and everything, and she really needs that performance. Like, really needs to get that message across. Onegai. Wow. Can't deny that. Who the frick is performing Lestel right now? She's gonna bat 100 at this point. Lestel's mother? Lestel? There we are. Mina Tominaga. Who the heck? No! No! It's one of my favorite VAs! No! Of course! Of course! No! No! She's Noah Izumi! It's over! He's one of my favorite VAs! Watch out! What else? Oh, she's done that too. She's done that too. Hell yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, she's Lynn. Oh my gosh. She's the Invisible Girl in Moomin. Wow. Yeah, Mina Tominaga is so good. Holy shit. Impressive. Okay. Yeah, Mina Tominaga is just gonna bat 100. I'm sorry. Alright. Not by default. The other girl's gonna have a run for her money.
I beg of you, burn everything. Are you sure it did?
That is also really cool. I like that there's more of a conversation than this one, and there's more like uncertainty, like, are you sure? That's actually, yeah. Honestly, yeah, if Warriors has a lot more going for it, I think. In this scene in particular. Oh no, fuck yeah. She's that girl in Megazone 23. Yeah. I have yet to see Megazone 23. I'm looking forward to it. Dubbing wikis credit Robbie Lee as Lestel in Warriors, but that is contentious along with some other VAs. Oh yeah, interesting. It's less her performance and more what they're doing with the script. I think the choice of words and the way they're guiding this scene is a lot more interesting and suspenseful.
Are you sure it did? 積みにね。わかった。大丈夫。みんな燃えたわ。
It's a lot of like broken sentences. Your cargo. Wakarimashita. And she's daijoubu. It's all in flames, right? Versus
Yes, Lestel, I understand. Everything is burning, don't you worry.
I just love that word, that like the iron, like there's so many like beautiful points of irony and contrast in this movie is like what makes it one of my favorites, is like the everything is burning, don't you worry. Right? Instead of don't worry, everything is burning. Right? There's more of a juxtaposition there, like an oxymoron almost. Everything is burning, don't you worry, kind of deal. Yes, Lestel, I understand. And she actually repeats her name. She knows her, she's like, yes.
積みにね。わかった。
Sumine, wakatta.
Yes, Lestel, I understand.
Yes, I understand. You know what I mean?
Everything is burning, don't you worry.
大丈夫。みんな燃えたわ。
Daijoubu. And the juxtaposition is still there, but I think it's just like the order in which things are going. I think it's really good. Everything is burning, don't you worry. Right. Yeah. It's a good dialogue scene. I think Nausicaa addressing Lestel with her name there is a little more empathetic. It is. No, I absolutely agree with that too. Yes. All right. And then...
Yes, everything was burned up. Whatever it was is gone now.
A little redundant. Kind of okay, but yeah. All right. Last Lestel line. Let's see if she bats 100. Man. Man. Like it's almost every single like Japanese, like one of the, like not every single, obviously. There's a lot of them. But like there's so many like Japanese phrases. And I think that's why this movie has a little bit on its back foot with dialogue, with dub versus sub, because it's not as much going into these like yokata, onegai, you know what I mean? Like there's certain words that are repeated so often that you hear so much that sound so cute or so cool or awesome or whatever. Sugoi, right? Certain words that I think would be in the sub's favor, because it wouldn't matter. It in this instance, right? Thank goodness, thank the Lord. I don't care, because as a viewer, at least as an English viewer watching this in Japanese, I just hear her say yokata, and I'm like, I don't even need the subs for this. I don't care how good or the nuances and stuff, right? And so like she says yokata, and like I'm sold, right? Even though this is a good performance.
Thank God.
She's like so happy. She's like, oh my God, right? It's a really good adaptation, like a really good dub performance, but it just doesn't beat the sub, you know? And I think if this movie in particular had more moments like that, it would be more of a challenge for the dub. I think it would, because you do have, I think, I don't mean to make this a generalization. You guys let me know if you disagree with this, but I do think a lot of the sub versus dub thing, a lot of the inclination towards sub, and this is the case with me too. It's because I love the Japanese language. I love how it sounds, you know? And so it is kind of a thing Japanese type of thing. Type of appeal. That's the word as I'm thinking of. Let me know if that seems off base or whatever, but like I think that's a genuine feeling of a lot of like sub only people. You know what I mean? And it is a lot due to phrases like this. Yokata, onegai, or whatever. Like every single, that's why Lestel bats 100. That'll probably be like a section of the video. It's like chapter 2. Lestel bats 100. Like, because that's all her lines, and I think she got every single one. Lestel, sub, 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 sub. She got every single one. She got every single one. Every line she did, she batted 100. She might be the only character that does that. Because every other character, because this movie is very tight with its cast. She's with probably the named character with the least number of lines. She is the character with the least number of lines, I think. And Jill is the next lowest. I think Jill also doesn't have that many lines. Lestel's mother doesn't have that many. There's a couple that only has like one scene or whatever, like the King of Pegite and stuff like that. And I'm wondering how well that will do, because that one doesn't have as much of these sort of dialogue bits. That one's a little more specific, and it's Mark Hamill in that role, and I think he does really well there. But we'll see when we get there. Good flap sync on Warrior's line. Oh yeah, let me see. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. I'm sorry. I cut that off. Sorry.
Prince!
Yeah, that makes sense. Warriors does really well there. Warriors did surprisingly well there. I think that's an interesting narrative. I like how her head rises with up. Everything was burned up. Whatever it is gone now. Oh yeah.
Yes, everything was burned up.
Burned up. Yeah, you're right. I do like that too. Yeah.
Whatever it was is gone now.
Yeah. There's a few One guys when we get to Pegite at least. Oh boy. Right. Yes, I can agree. Can't be Japanese Kyuko voices. As a man learning kanji, it's crazy. Yeah. I think Lestel is arguably a more important character narratively in the film than the manga. Oh, 100%. Oh, 1,000,000%. Because later, yeah. Because later in the film, she inadvertently saves Nausicaa's life. Oh, exactly. It all works out. It all works out really well. And I guess that doesn't necessarily happen in the manga. It's been a while since I read it, but I know around that point, when she gets picked up by the Pegites, is where the film kind of diverges from the manga to make it more succinct of a story. Because at that point, there's another race that gets introduced, I believe. Yeah.
Look at that.
Man, bat 100. Crazy.
この方はベジテシの王族の姫君ですな。
ベジですな。
ベジテシの王族の姫君ですな。
ベジですな。Okay. 姫様!
Princess!
Get that fire out. Like, am I wrong, or like, are they just shouting in the sub? They're just shouting. They're just going, ha! Oi! Like, I'm sorry. I think they're not giving specific commands out.
Princess! Get fire out! Yes, follow me! Follow me!
There's a lot of specific words here. Follow me, get the fire out.
Fire here!
Got the fire. We need more men, right? Like, there's more specific.
この方はベジテシの王族の姫君ですな。
It's not.
A princess of Pegite? What's she doing on a Tomikian ship?
I like, of course, that in this line, he's just, what's weird about this? It's a princess of Pegite. What's she doing on a Tomikian ship? Huh. And the question leads into what the visuals are, which I don't have exactly here. Because Nausicaa inadvertently answers him, being like, there it is, yeah. She, like, breaks her chains afterwards. That's what she was doing there. She's their prisoner. Right? She answers that. Whereas the sub, he's just like, that's not. That's the Princess of Pegite. Right? It's just like, yeah, okay. But they actually kind of allow the more context to give you the full context here. And what's she doing on a Tomikian ship? Oh, right? Just makes more sense.
Princess!
What? They don't even have any Foley at all. in the Warriors. Nobody else talks.
Princess! Why, she was a royal princess, and so young. The Temeculans must have captured her in a raid. Poor thing.
Okay, that's a little too much. A little too much, Warriors. We get it. I get it. We get it. Okay. Yeah, she just gives Nausicaa the MacGuffin, and very little is said about her later. Oh, yeah, there was a whole MacGuffin in the manga. That's right. I like how radish, for lack of a better term, his Mito is in some lines. Yes, a princess of Petite. What's she doing on Tomikia's ship? Yeah. You know who else sounds like a rat that I fucking love, and I would love to do a dub versus sub comparison of? Actually, that sounds like a heck of a lot of fun because there's 2 full legit dubs of this movie. Castle of Cagliostro. I am a proponent, and this one actually might be a little more divisive because I don't know which one people prefer. I prefer the manga dub with David Hayter as Lupin, and I forget the guy who plays Jigen, but that's the first time I've ever seen Jigen, and it was with that dub. And I've seen all of Lupin, so that means I've mostly seen Jigen with Kobayashi's voice actor. So that would be the tightest race. That would be the hardest thing to pick because I'm so used to Kiyoshi Kobayashi's performance as Jigen. But this guy, I don't even know who his name is. The guy who plays Jigen in the manga dub of Castle of Cagliostro, he is so good. He's perfect for what Jigen looks like specifically in that movie. Because you think about it, like, he's so much cooler in the rest of the series, Jigen. He's just more like kind of a cool, standoffish guy. He's way more of a gremlin in Cagliostro. Specifically Cagliostro. And maybe in Lupin, like, in some of Miyazaki's, like, episodes of Part 1 and Part 2, maybe. But he's way more, like, toothy and kind of, and, like, yes! You know, he does that in Cagliostro, which is so fun. Or like yatta, like it doesn't work the same way. Like it's kind of weird. Yeah. Oh man, that comparison would be so good. I would love to do that. And so young, Mia-san would like to know your location, right? Yeah, no, all the old guys in this Warriors dub, man, I swear. Lestel got stuck in the mosh pit. Right. Yeah, Castle Cagliostro comparison for sure. Yeah, I think people generally think the manga dub's better. Okay, cool. Manga's good, but I'll be honest, God of Babylon is my favorite Lupin movie. That's cool. That's totally fair. Manga dub Jigen was John Snyder. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Streamline's dub's pretty great, but it has the handicap of being a telephone game of a crappy theatrical script adapted to remove some trademarks. Yeah. And also present the film for a general audience. Oh, man. I only watch Lupin subbed, so I always get whiplash when I hear dub clips. Oh yeah, that admittedly, the is Streamline the same one that does the funny cast? Is it the same people who play like Tony Oliver? Is it Tony Oliver in the Streamline dub? I don't know. I don't really know. Makes me think. Anyway.
Everybody get out now! There's an insect in there!
So I like that he doesn't give away that it's an insect right away in the dub. Everybody get out now, because that's more pertinent. Like you don't just be like, an insect's alive, right? You'd be like, get out!
Everybody get out now! There's an insect in there!
I also just really like how raspy and like It's a little corny. I says does all, you know. I like the dub more.
Get a gun squad! There's a giant gadfly!
Get a gun squad! There's a giant gunfly! Yeah. It's okay. It's not totally honorable in any of them. Oh, yeah. Nah, Tony's cast is from the 03 dub. Streamline's dub is were Union. Lupin's Streamline dub is the current voice of Porky Pig. Epcar dub wasn't, so they had to recast the Streamline players they wanted to keep. Oh, okay. Fair enough. That's another. Yeah, if you had to pit Kiyoshi Kobayashi versus what was the guy's name? John Snyder versus Richard Epcar for who plays the best Jigen in this movie. Oh man, that'd be a tight race. Okay, there's a couple lines there. So I put this here like this because the dub does. No! Oh no! There's a guy there, so he's like, oh no! I like that because, you know, again, adding to that fear. Masui!
Oh no! It's calling for help!
Yeah, I like that it's a different voice. It sounds like the same guy who's like, Mushi, right? I like that it's a younger guy. That's like a contrast.
Oh no! It's calling for help!
Oh no! It's calling for help! They go, Mazui, damn it! Oh no! Like, I would imagine you'd really translate that as like, that's not good. It's calling for Mina Yonderu or Nakama Yonderu. Yeah, it's calling its friends. It's Nakama. Yeah, it's calling its friends. Right. I think that's a good translation. Oh no, it's calling for help. I think that this just makes more sense. I think it's just like a more holistic line, really. Yonderu. Yeah, calling for help.
Maybe it can't fly!
Maybe it can't fly. Yeah, they definitely say it can't fly, not just it's injured, it can't. Okay, it's injured, it can't fly. It's injured, so it can't fly. I don't know about putting a semicolon in there. That doesn't make. That's kind of weird.
Maybe it can't fly!
I like the speculation, especially because it turns out it can fly. It just doesn't believe it, or just doesn't feel it that way. And Nausicaa kind of helps it out. So I like that it's supporting that speculation pretty much. Jua motekoi, bring guns. Jua motekoi. Dameda, utada. This last line is rushed, I think. That's just way too fast, I think.
Don't shoot! You'll enrage every insect in the jungle!
Yeah, that just like punches really well because it takes its time, and you can, again, there's so many points of this movie, I think, because what somebody mentioned earlier, because this movie is so economic and animation wise, this is another instance where you don't really have any lip flaps, so you can just say whatever in the same in the amount of natural pace that you want.
Don't shoot! You'll enrage every insect in the jungle!
Yeah, you'll enrage every insect in the jungle. If we shoot it, it'll call more of its kind. If you shoot it, it'll call others, right? It's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, and that's Mina Yonderu, pretty much, right? Dameda. It'll call its friends, right? Yeah, I think all of that combined, I think the dub handles it really well there. Bob's Bergens. Oh, for real, it'd be tight. Kiyoshi Kobayashi was also the narrator in the Heisei Godzilla film trailers. Nice. Steve Bullen played Jigen in the streamlined dub. Okay. I honestly think the cast in the manga dub is a better choice for the characters than Richard Epcar cast because they bring a lot more serious performance. Yes. So cool, a guy who worked on The Last Unicorn did the bug designs. Yeah, that is really sick. That is really cool. I love Topocraft, though. Has some Nausicaa sound effects in Last Unicorn. I think I knew that, and I don't. I feel that sounds familiar. Hell yeah, though.
What about you? I'm excited, dog. Quiet,
everyone. Okay, Warriors. We get it. You didn't have a script and like, we can't add anything. Jeez. All right. 3 little bits. I do include. Oh, actually, yeah, I do break all 3 down. Okay, fine. Sheesh. All right. I'm sorry this is so arbitrary, the fucking lines and sometimes, you know.
I can kill it in one shot.
I can kill it in one shot. Saseru. It's like I can kill it. I'll kill it now, or I'll kill it quickly. I like the boasting of I can kill it in one shot. A little boasting there, and again, it's not rushed. Saseru.
I can kill it in one shot.
How do they do it, man? I don't know. Like,
I can kill it in one shot.
And also, again, the syncopation's great. I can kill it in one shot.
I can kill it in one shot.
Right? It's sort of synced, but it's even better synced in the English.
I can kill it in one shot.
Right? And they're not necessarily syncing it to the lip flaps as much as they're syncing it to the animation. All right, I'm going to give it to dub there. All right, Goal says...
Shinuka! You can't kill that thing with just a gun.
Guns won't kill a Nushiabu. You can't kill a behemoth with one shot. You can't kill that thing with just a gun. With just a gun. You can't kill it with one shot. Does he say Ipatsude?
Can't kill that thing with just a gun.
Sorry, the sub.
With
you can't kill it with a gun? You think you can kill a Nushabu with a gun? You think it'll die from just a gun? Ushiabu ga Jude Shiruka. Oh yeah? Kind of deal. You can't kill that thing with just a gun. We can't add, but we can cut, right? When they say rifle in the Warriors dub, that's like the same rampant inaccuracy in the Mononoke dub because all the guns in Nausicaa seem to be smoothbore or use shot. Oh yeah, fair. Very good technicality. I like that. As much as I like the detail of calling it a Nushiabu, the knowledgeable and everything, honestly, I think it's better that he's like that thing with just a gun. It's demonstrating the disrespect. Even just, stopping him from killing it, he doesn't respect it still. Like, you can't kill that thing. It's like, calling him by his name or anything like that, right? I think that's honestly a lot better.
You can't kill that thing with just a gun.
And obviously the intentions are different with the inflections and stuff. And it's kind of interchangeable. But I do like the dub for that reason, I think. All right, so. Oh, what do we do?
Just a gun?
Then what do you suggest we do?
What do you suggest we do? He's kind of saying the same thing. Then what? Then what's kind of the thing? He's asking him, what do you suggest we do? Right? A little more condescending. I think it works the same way. But I think it's a little more condescending. And the dub even complements that with the performance. So, what do you suggest we do?
Just a gun?
Then what do you suggest we do?
He's a little more like stressed and a little condescending. He's more like, oh, well, then what? Right? I think the dub kind of works in that favor a little bit better. All right.
I can kill it. You can't kill that thing with a rifle. Well, then, what can kill it?
Well, then, what can kill it? I can kill it.
I can kill it.
I can kill it. All right, Nausicaa's here. All right, so I've broken this up a little bit. Mate, Mito.
Wait. Huh? Mito, will you get my glider, please?
Please. I guess she does say te. May I get te? Like, is it only... Bring my glider, right? Yeah, mev will get te. She actually calls it mev in the movie. Mebu will get te. Mate, wait. Mito, will you get my glider, please? She does say please in the sub technically. I don't really see much of a difference in the delivery either.
Wait. Huh? Mito, will you get my glider, please?
She's a little nicer about it in the dub, but I think I'm gonna give it to sub.
Right away.
Right away. Wait. Wait, does he say Hime-sama in after that? I cut it off, I think. Sorry. Or does he just say hi?
Wait.
Yeah, so he just says hi and then Hime-sama, right? I think I really like him. He sounds a lot more supportive in the dub because he's just like, yeah, that's my girl. That's the way right away. I know what you're gonna do. Hell yeah. That's way more supportive than like, hey, okay, you know what I mean? Again, it's that like Yupa has the same exact thing with his characterization where both of them feel very standoffish, like, oh, could you do? Wow, right? Yupa and Mito have known her long enough that they know how capable she is and how special and talented she is. You know, so like they are all supportive of her. And it demonstrates it in the actions they take in the movie. So it's weird that they are just like, oh, okay, right? Hey, right? I don't know. I think right away, you know, he's like, hell yeah, this makes more sense.
Please.
Right away.
Princess!
This is weird. I'm gonna give this. I already know I'm gonna give this the sub because it's like this is just confusing for the dub. So this is what Kimeso. So wait, let me give the whole because this is weird. This has always kind of bothered me in the dub, to be honest with you. Right? And then
Princess!
Easy, princess.
Who is that speaking? Easy princess. The fuck?
Princess!
Easy, princess.
Easy princess. Like, what are you talking about? It was just so strange. I'm definitely giving it a sub there. Not that there's also really not that much difference between Hime-sama and princess in that instance, but yeah. Does that head turn look different in the two clips? It is because I cut it. Yeah, I cut the gap. Sorry.
Wait! Axel, bring my cloud climber.
Cloud climber. Cute.
Careful, princess.
Careful, princess. All right. Nausicaa's line here. See, that's so quick.
You need to return to your jungle, understand? You're strong, you can fly.
I like that it sounds like the insect is answering her by chattering, and then she responds by like, no, you're strong, you can fly, right?
Understand? You're strong, you can fly.
So she says understand instead of Suyaka, you could fly, right? Yeah. And then it's like, that's a good boy over here. I'm gonna combine that into one line. It's fine. You can fly. She just says daijobu toberu wa. I don't know what shioi wa, you can fly. No, she says daijobu, you're fine. It's okay, you can fly. You know? It's a little more patronizing, I think, than you're strong, you can fly. Like, come on. You know, she's encouraging it. Understand? Like that's being more like you need to return to your jungle. Your jungle. Moiro kaeri. Go back to the jungle. Come on. That's all she said. Return to the forest or go back to the forest. There's not as much of these nuances. You humanizing it. Need. Understand. Right? It's really.
You need to return to your jungle. Understand?
She's also just like really like, oh, come on. She's a little more like, Kairi, come on. You know, it's a little formalistic. She sounds so much more concerned in the dub.
You need to return to your jungle, understand? You're strong, you can fly.
Hey, come on. Who are we fooling here? That is cute. That is very cute. I can't deny that's really cute. Damn it.
Look.
But they add this This will happen. This will show up later.
There, that's a good boy.
She's cute still. That was still cute. It's not a bad, not too bad. And sort of like, yeah. Ikone. Like that.
There, that's a good boy.
She's still pretty endearing. That's pretty good.
Sorry, give the room.
And then yeah, there's all these like, oh, they'll give him room. You know, like a lot more Foley a lot more distinct Foley, and that doesn't even happen in the sub. Oh, all right. Hold on, I'll show you. Oops. See right here, they don't even say anything. You know what I mean? So I like that they actually like, hey, give him room, which would make sense in a situation like this.
There, that's a good boy.
Step aside. Give the room.
Hey, oh, give him room. Yeah, step aside, right? I think that's everything in this version, in this line.
You can fly. Go on now. Back home.
It's the same delivery for her. She's done that before.
Good. Now take off.
Good. Now do it. Do it. A little bit. Mev is such a weird German, Japanese, English corruption of the original word. Yeah. Mommy Nausicaa. That's right. Am I crazy or does it? Yeah. Now see hypno. Whoop. Right. Yeah. I know. Right. Hime-sama. Arigato.
Here you go, princess.
Thanks, Mito.
Actually says, you know, addresses him as Mito. Here you go, princess. You know, like they add all this stuff to really give that like the more added nuance instead of just Hime-sama. Thanks.
Hime-sama. Arigato.
It's a good performance. It's a good delivery. Arigato. And that's another one of those buzzwords. It's like, oh, that's strong. All she said was thanks, but
Thanks, Mito.
she's still really like thank you, but still maintaining a concentration. I think it's good. I think the dub nails that one.
Here it is, princess.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, once again, kind of important to show. I'm just gonna play the audio. Can't show them. It's too long for visuals, I think. Right. And all that time, that's the visuals. You don't see anybody on screen doing anything. It's just the actions. Catches it, flies off, and then they cheer right as you see them on screen. It's very similar. It's a common practice in this movie, and maybe a lot of anime, where it's only when the character is on screen that they can make the noise. Right? It's just the way that it was being made. But this is what the dub does. So first of all, she actually makes a fucking noise. Right?
Look, it's marked.
It's marked. I don't quite know what they mean by that, but okay. The woo is awesome as she boosts off like that. Like that's fun. And then you actually get some words like "it worked" and shit. Like unbelievable, right? Like they're cheering the entire time because the thing launched off of it. They're like, oh, holy shit, holy! It's just like, you know, it's the guy's posting his W's. Let me go find that. Hold on. Let me. I don't want to just like show it on screen or whatever. Yeah, there you go. The dudes posting their W's posted this recently, and I'm just gonna, here it is. Yeah, it's just like this. It's just like this. No, sorry. Yeah, like that. Right? Like it's happening in the middle of it, right? Yeah, and then. Right, you know, it's just like, it's exactly the same principle. A cool thing is happening, they would be cheering the entire time. I rest my case. And they do the exact same thing in Warriors, as the sub. Yeah, overlapping dialogue is semi-rare. And with the sweeping music, it's great. Exactly.
よかった。たった一匹殺しただけでも何が起こるかわかりませんからな。
Thank goodness. I hate to think what would have happened if the insects in the jungle would have come to its aid.
That's really close. I don't think there's too much different there. Thank God. Yokatta. No telling how we'd suffer for even one insect's death. It's always such a risk to kill even one solo insect. Tataipi ki, you know? You know, Japanese.
よかった。たった一匹殺しただけでも何が起こるかわかりませんからな。
Yeah, we wouldn't have known what kind of shit would have happened if we just killed even one insect. But I think the dub ends up being a little more straightforward. I hate to think what would have happened if the insects of the jungle would have come to, you know, kind of redundant to what people were saying, like you'd attract every insect in the jungle instead of the horrors and depicting the horrors a bit. So I think the sub does a little bit better with that, just with the wording. And the delivery is almost identical, I think.
I'm glad that's over. If we'd had to kill him, we'd have been attacked by thousands of them.
That's a good delivery. That was a good Warriors line. Not gonna lie. Pretty good Warriors line. Okay. I wanted to post, I forgot I wanted to post this on Twitter, but I'll definitely post this later. But yeah. The three genders. It's so emblematic of this entire project. The Japanese is a lot more like refined, reserved, and kind of polished and really professional and everything. Right? The dub, it just has more soul, I think. I think it just has more like, it's striking a perfect balance of like accuracy, authenticity, but imbuing a lot of emotion. You know, like really delighted and excited and stuff, just really well done.
Bye!
Oh, man. It's great. It's really cool. It's really, really cool. Yeah, and I have that as a line. And I just think Allison does way better with like SFX, with gasps, laughter, for the most part, laughter, screams. She's killing it. I think she does outdo Sumi in that department. She has to do a lot of that. So yeah, I do think she's better here. It's hard to articulate specifically why. It's like so I don't know, not predictable. Premeditated, like instead of kind of, you know, I don't know. It's just way more authentic. It just feels more human. If it, so, no offense to Sumi, obviously.
Bye.
Why don't we just give it to Warriors? Okay, last line, fellas. Last one. Finally. Oh. She almost sounds like she says no. No. You even hear like a little like a little like tongue click or whatever. Like a very, very subtle. Here, let's look really, really closely. It's like, right? It really shows it's like really soft and coming through. It's like kind of deal. That's human. That sounds very human. That one, it's again. I think it's really the inverse of what and everything like that. As much as I was just praising Allison for mostly doing better with SFX like this, I think because she sounds like she's saying no a little bit. Plus, I really like her. This is a general thing, obviously. This is going to happen a lot, but it actually does happen in the Buena Vista dub a little bit, the English dub. Allison at one point later in the movie just does go, right? Because there's many of them, so ohms. So she's just like ohm. It's a swarm of ohm or whatever. But without fail, they don't even go like ano ohm or whatever like that. She just whenever she sees him, she just goes ohm. Just the concept of ohm, and I think that makes a lot more sense here with the threat that they pose and this scene in particular. It's so haunting, especially with the music. She just goes right instead of like that's more grammatically correct for what our purposes are. But I think it's grammatically correct either way in the Japanese too. And in the subs, you would just be like an ohm, right? But honestly, I would just translate it as ohm. You know, it's just so haunting. Ohm.
An ohm.
Not just like one ohm. Like, oh wow, there's an ohm.
Now what?
Ah! Now what? Oh my god.
Now what?
It's so bad with like contrasting it with her face. Oh my gosh. I do think it's sub for that last line. That was a lot closer. The sub did a lot better that session. I don't even know who I actually don't know who came out on top of that one that time. Let's find out. Let's get some tunes and find out. Yeah. Okay, let's let me know if the music's okay. Okay, let's I don't know what's gonna be more, so let's find out. All right, I'm gonna count sub. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 28 out of how many lines? 47 to 47 to 134 plus 1 because one of the lines were split in half. 134 minus 47 plus 1. I think it's 88 lines. So 28 out of 88 lines, 32%. Well, it's 28 sub, and that would mean it's out of 88, it's 60 dub. So definitely a better showing. Still no contest. As expected. As expected. Yeah, she's a little more ahem windy in the BV dub. Yeah. Perfect place to end the video because that's the end of Real 2A. Yeah. Warriors, Nausicaa is so done with this. Right. Already sick of your shit. Damn, much bigger takeaway this section for the dubs. Oh no, the last time the dub, it was, well, yeah, I guess quantitatively because there's more lines. Last time there was only 46 lines, but the distro was fucking 42-4. The dub was way more of a landslide in the first session. There were more lines, ultimate, like, total, that the dub took in this one, but, like, out of 88, it's not as bad. It's not as egregious, I think. Oh, subs. Yeah, sorry. Subs was a much bigger takeaway. Yeah, that's what I was feeling. I was definitely feeling it this time. But it's still no fucking contest at this point. It's crazy. It's a mopping the floor with them. But it will be interesting. But there's some... what I really want to do is break this down by character. Being like, how many times did it go to the dub for certain actors? Because obviously Listel, as we saw, all her lines went to the Japanese. But for other characters, a lot more even. And for other characters, a little more towards the dub, right? So I think that'll be really interesting to analyze. Just to compartmentalize and be like, why did the dub work so well? This actor in this performance, and here's some examples and stuff like that. Yeah. So that'll do it. My voice is pretty much shot. Not really that shot. It did pretty well. We did pretty well there. I'm sorry this window is so wonky. I don't know. I gotta like do something. Do something. Yeah, there we go. Something like that. Oh, I can obviously just like, yeah, this height be more like 1,000, or no, it's like 1080 because that's the height of the stream, I think. And the width is yeah, the width is good, so 800. Yes. Had a great time. See you next time. Awesome, sub. Thanks for stream. Absolutely. Hope you guys... I'm so happy you guys were here and enjoyed it. This can be a little, you know... There's a little less, like, interesting things to... Because there's less variety. It's the same movie, right? So it can be a little more focus-driven and a little repetitive and everything. But I really appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much. And we'll see you next time. Should be next week. Yeah, we're clear. All right, see you next Friday. Yo, peace.